Okay. Alright, good evening everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started. This is going to be the Thanksgiving episode if you're in the US. This is Tech Thursdays episode 87. So there's not a whole lot to discuss. I say that almost every episode it seems, but there really isn't a whole lot to talk about. So this might be one of the shorter episodes. I know a lot of people are on their holiday weekend as of today. Today is Thanksgiving in the US. So I know a lot of my US-based viewers, you guys are probably, hopefully you guys have gotten together with the family reunion, etc. A lot of people are probably traveling. I know this is a very busy time of the year for traveling, if you're flying or driving, that sort of thing. So we'll probably keep this episode relatively short. But just to kind of go over the tech news, I think the biggest thing that we're going to talk about, as you guys can see on the screen, Intel ARC. There are a lot of rumors around Intel ARC launching next month. So we are going to talk about that and kind of the expectations of what to expect from the new graphics cards if they do in fact launch next month. Although I don't know. I mean, I'm hearing so many different rumors around Intel's graphics cards that I don't really know what to believe at this point. Oh, hey guys, hey Gershon, happy Thanksgiving. Hey Mark. Ezekiel, happy Thanksgiving. Paul, December 3rd announcement, December 4th, 12th launch and reviews. Intel limited edition, December 13th, board partner card reviews. Yeah, we need to look into that. More 50 series info coming. Yeah, 50 series is going to be next year though. So if any new graphics card launches, it's going to be in December. It would have to be Intel. Hey RK, good evening. Happy Thanksgiving. So just to kind of give my longtime viewers, the people who watched the live stream build from yesterday, just an update on the Godlike. So I am streaming from the Godlike now, just to kind of show people this is the completed build. I peeled off all the plastic covers. I know that was kind of a meme during yesterday's live stream. People kept telling me, stop, peel it before I turned on the computer. But I peeled all the plastic, including the plastic that was on the Deepcool AIO cover, because apparently I've had the Deepcool for a year now, and I never peeled the plastic cover off of its infinity mirror. So now everything looks really sharp. That is the completed build, so you guys can see it down there. We are running 4 sticks of memory. I am going to have to play around a little bit with the BIOS. There are some like specifics about MSI that I am not used to. So for one thing, MSI not only does the interesting about MSI, the BIOS does not turn the USB. So you know how if you use sleep mode on your computer and it's asleep and you wake it up, you can typically wake it up by pressing any key on the keyboard or clicking the mouse button, and then the computer will wake up out of S3 sleep mode. MSI, for whatever reason, they are the only motherboard manufacturer that does not have that turned on by default, which means if you put the computer to sleep and you press a button on the keyboard, the MSI motherboard will not wake the computer up. They're the only ones that do that. Asus, Gigabyte, and ASRock, all of them, they wake up, like the default behavior is wake from USB is enabled by default on those three. MSI, for whatever reason, has it disabled by default. So, because I was sitting here today, I was like trying to wake my computer up. I was pressing buttons on the keyboard. And I'm like, why is this thing staying asleep? I was clicking on the mouse, the thing's not waking up. So then I thought, oh, it must be one of those things. So I pressed the power button, and sure enough, it wakes up. The other thing, too, about it is I believe the memory, either power down enable, and I think that this is true not just of MSI, but with the others. Currently, I don't know if power down enabled actually works correctly, or if it does work correctly, it does not report to Zen timings properly, because I hard enabled it in the BIOS, and Zen timing still says that power down is disabled. But it does this for my other motherboards. It's not just MSI. I've noticed this with the recent BIOS updates that added support for Zen 5. For some reason, it always reports power down as disabled. And the other thing, too, is There may be something with the bottom PCIe slot where I wake up the computer and my AverMedia capture card does not wake up. It's like every other, you power cycle the computer and then it comes back. So what I've done as a workaround is I've gone into the BIOS and I have hard-coded the mode of operation to always run the bottom PCIe slot at 4-lane speed, which disables the 5th M.2 drive. So I need to, I'm currently not using that drive, so currently it's empty. I'm only using 4 M.2s right now. But that is one thing that I may need to open a support ticket with MSI to get them to look at that. This is a problem that, well, I don't know if it's the same problem, but 2 years ago when I had my X670E Aorus Master from Gigabyte, there was a bug with their BIOS where when you wake the computer from sleep, the AverMedia card would not wake up. Now, the Thunderbolt card did wake up, but the AverMedia was not waking up. So I opened a support ticket with Gigabyte. Gigabyte fixed that via BIOS update. It took like 3 weeks for them to fix that, but this seems kind of like that. Although I wonder if this has more to do with the switch state, because remember, MSI allows bandwidth sharing on the bottom PCI slot and the 5th M.2 slot. I wonder if when you wake the computer from sleep, the switch state gets confused or something. I don't know. I'm going to have to test probably a 5th M.2 drive in that slot and then also have the AverMedia plugged in and then see what happens. But so far, I have to basically disable the 5th M.2 to get the AverMedia to work consistently in that bottom slot. So currently right now, I have 2 different capture cards connected.
Just got the tail end. How's it going so far?
Hey Francisco, thanks for the super chat. So far, it's going good, except the thing that I was talking about. So the AverMedia capture card. So I guess just to show you guys, it's probably easier for me to just show you it here. So let me just kind of show the build. So I have like a webcam pointed at it on the floor. But see, you can see down there. So that red light, that is the AverMedia Live Gamer 4K. So that is the capture card. So the white light is the Sapphire Radeon 7900 XTX. So that's the graphics card. But underneath it, way down there, that is the capture card in the X4 slot at the bottom. I currently don't have anything plugged into the X8, which is just above it. So that way, right now, the graphics card is running at 16 lanes. The bottom AverMedia is running at 4 lanes. And then I have 4 M.2 drives in the top 4 SSD slots. So we have 2 Gen 5 and 2 Gen 4 slots occupied right now. You guys can see 4 sticks of memory. And then the cool thing about it is it does have this really fancy dial pad there, or display, that shows things like the temperatures. And you can actually customize the panel from within the BIOS, which is really nice, which means I don't have to install any additional software. I can just set the panel to display what I want from within the BIOS. Why is this not? There we go. Anyway. So that's kind of that. That's a better view, I guess. You noticed when waking... I noticed that too. That's what I was talking about. So the peripherals for me are waking up, but the AverMedia card's not waking up. So I've manually set the AverMedia, or I've manually set the BIOS to run the bottom slot at X4, which effectively disables the 5th M.2 slot. I'm trying to see if that's a workaround. I need to do more sleep cycles. But yeah, it does seem like there is something with the wake from sleep, like some of those devices that are connected, that are running off of the chipset, seem to not wake up properly. So there's some kind of... It almost reminds me of the typical current idle versus low idle current BIOS settings from long ago with older power supplies. But I don't know where that setting is in the MSI BIOS. I couldn't find it. I don't even know if it's relevant. I don't think it's a Windows issue. It's probably, if I had to guess, it's a BIOS issue. Because I ran into a similar problem with Gigabyte 2 years ago when AM5 first launched. my AverMedia capture card would not wake up with the computer. Also, the Thunderbolt capture card was also not waking up with the computer. And Gigabyte fixed the problem with the AverMedia internal capture card, but to my knowledge, Gigabyte never fixed the problem with the Thunderbolt card, so I just use the internal capture card as a workaround. But that's kind of how it works. So yeah, I'm going to do more testing. The other thing that I'm wondering is if it could be related to memory. That was the other thing too, was power down enabled. Currently doesn't seem to report that it's turned on. I hard-coded memory context restore to enabled. I also enabled power down manually, or power down mode, or power down enabled. And so far, Zen Timing still says that power down is disabled. This seems to be not only the case for MSI, but all of the current BIOSes on all the other motherboard manufacturers also seem to do the exact same thing. So the nice thing about having access to all the different brands, like, I have Gigabyte, I have Asus, ASRock, MSI. MSI was the only one that I was not using until now. So now that I have an MSI board, and I'm actually using it as the main daily driver, this will force me to pay attention to MSI. So if I uncover issues, typically I open support cases with MSI, and we get those fixed. I have probably fixed like 5 or 6 problems with Gigabyte's BIOSes over the last 2 years. So if it ends up if I have to do the same thing for MSI, like reporting problems to them and get them to acknowledge these things, so be it. But I think the only thing is, like, everybody will benefit from that. So I'm gonna have to try some things with memory. The other thing too is it could also be the bus terminations for me, because I am running 4 sticks of memory. Although I've been reading online of people having similar problems, so it may not be 4 sticks of memory. It may just be like something with power down. People are reporting if you disable Expo and XMP, the problem goes away. Although I am not actually running either of those. I manually set my RAM to 6,000, so I'm not exactly sure what it is. Yeah, I have opened a lot of Gigabyte support tickets over the last 2 years. And I have opened, so out of all of my, technically I should have opened a support ticket with ASRock, but I never did, because it was like an annoying workaround with their Thunderbolt card. But I have probably like a dozen support tickets with Gigabyte over the last 2 years, getting them to fix bugs with their BIOS. So, yeah, I wish these motherboard vendors had some sort of program for, like, me or, a tech enthusiast to join, like, a partner program with them and kind of, like, get early access to their BIOSes just to test them so well in advance before they go publicly available. Because even as a beta BIOS, they still have problems. Those are the sort of things that when consumers run into these problems, they're going to start posting about these things on Reddit. It's going to cause confusion. And then obviously you have people who do not run into the problem because they barely use their computer for anything that's work specific. So, like, then they're going to be like, oh, well, my computer's running just fine. Well, that's because you're not actually using the full capability of your motherboard. Stuff like that. So, is there a sleep boot priority with BIOS? No, not really. Typically, the SoC enables first, and then the chipset second. So basically, all the devices that connect directly to the CPU, those should wake up ever so slightly faster than whatever connects through the chipset. But we're talking like several milliseconds of difference. So to the user, you won't really perceive much of a difference when you see the devices wake from sleep. I think most people don't even go into the BIOS. Yeah, most people don't even use the BIOS. Most people are not going to use a capture card. Most people are never going to use their second or third PCIe slot. Most people aren't even going to use their SATA ports anymore. So just to show you guys, I have fully loaded this thing. I've got it fully loaded, so we are running it to the max. Let me show you guys the task manager. I don't know what it's installing here in the background, but right now, where's task manager? Oh, is it showing the old style? Oh, it's the old style. There we go. Oh, the camera is larger than that? Okay. So, wow, this is like way too big. Okay, just to show what is here. So you guys can see. This computer is fully loaded, 96 gigabytes of RAM, running at 6,000 megatransfers. That's 4 sticks running at 6,000. And then I've got 4 SATA devices, 3.5-inch hard drives. So we have a Toshiba. This is a 2 terabyte. This is a very old Toshiba, 2 terabyte. And then I have another Toshiba. This is an 8 terabyte. So this is where I store the old YouTube videos, like the raw videos, unedited YouTube videos, the post-production videos that are like more than 2 months old go in here. So this is my 8 terabyte. And then I've got Micro Center Special. This is an inland 2 terabyte, 2.5-inch SATA. So that's my SSD SATA device. And then I have this is an old Seagate. This is a Seagate that I actually fried like 10 years ago by accident because I used the wrong power supply cable. I used a Thermaltake SATA power cable with a XFX or Corsair power supply, and I heard the click sound. I could hear the burning sound. I basically blew out the fuses on this Seagate hard drive, so I had to resurrect this hard drive by putting 2 blobs of solder over the blown fuses to bridge over them. So I resurrected this hard drive. I killed this hard drive on accident. This is why I tell you guys, never, if you're doing a power supply upgrade, never, ever mix your old power supply cables with your new power supply cables, because there are resistive differences in the cables, especially if we're talking a power supply that has capacitors in line on the cable versus ones that have the capacitors like on the actual PCB. So never ever do that. I learned the hard lesson. I fried my Seagate hard drive by using the wrong power cable, the wrong SATA cable with this. But thankfully, it's me. You know, this is a tech person here, not some regular average Joe who's not going to know what to do. I resurrected my hard drive, but if it was somebody else who doesn't know what to do, they just lost all their data. You know what I'm saying? So, or they have to pay some professional, someone to fix it for them or whatever. But I basically soldered it back to normal, and to this day, the Seagate's still alive. So, although I think one of them is starting to make click sounds, and I wonder if that could also be related to the problems with the sleep mode. I'm not sure. Then we have the boot drive. This is a 2 terabyte Micro Center Inland Performance Plus. So this is a Gen 4 SSD. So I currently don't have any Gen 5 SSDs plugged in here. So I just have Gen 4. So this is the Gen 4. And then this is, wait, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have 4. Oh, I only have 3 SSDs. I only have 3 SSDs. I have an inland. No, I should have 4 SSDs. Oh, okay. I know what I did. I know what happened. My P1 is missing, isn't it? Because this is the Inland Performance Plus. This is the Inland Prime. And this, oh no, this is the Inland. No, this is the Crucial P1, 1 terabyte. This is the Prime or the other one. So one of them is actually missing. So wait a minute. One of the SSDs is probably down there on the 5th slot then. That's interesting. One of my drives is missing. Or am I thinking of the wrong one? QN. The Prime is missing. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. The Prime is missing. We have to look into that. One of the SSDs is not showing up. Maybe on the MSI motherboard, I miscalculated which one shares lanes with the AverMedia. Okay, so that means the bottom one is actually sharing. I have to go look at the manual. I think M.2_4 is the one that's missing. Interesting. So I'm going to have to actually go back in the BIOS and change that later. So I think there's probably a bug with MSI switch. When it wakes from sleep, if the PCIe X4 is enabled and then there's an SSD enabled as well and they're sharing the bandwidth, it doesn't know what to do. It's supposed to say auto negotiate and leave both of them on, but obviously something is wrong there. So I'm going to have to look into that off stream. No, because in the BIOS I disabled it. So in the MSI BIOS, there is an option to either set it to auto, where it will share the bandwidth between both devices. The alternative option is to disable the M.2 and force all 4 lanes to only go to the PCIe, which is what I did. So right now, the Aver Media has all the bandwidth, and my inland prime, I have a 2 terabyte inland prime, apparently, because it's missing. I don't see it here. So I'm supposed to have 4 SSDs, and I only see 3 of them. I see 1, 2, 3. So my 4th SSD is missing. So that means, okay, I know what's going on. I know what happened. Okay, well anyway, let's, I don't know. This is not what I expected to talk about on stream. This is like, I don't know. People who did not watch the live stream are probably super confused. Like, what is going on here? I think I'm going to have to open a ticket with MSI to get them to test the peripheral plus an SSD, and then test S3 sleep, because it seems like it's a sleep bug with both things enabled at the same time. So yeah, that is interesting, but that's basically what is going on right here. So I mean, just to explain it to people, let's go to here. Let's get out of this. Let's go to the Godlike. No, not the hero. Let's go to the Godlike. Go to the support page. Actually, do I need to go to the support page? Go to the manual. And then, just to show people, okay, it's M.2_4. This one. Although, where does it say? Right here. No, not this one. PCIe and M.2. Oh, okay. That is really weird. It's the 4th M.2. I thought it was the 5th M.2. Right here. I have my Inland Prime installed in M.2_4. So I disabled it in the BIOS when I forced all 4 lanes to run on the PCIe_E3. So just to go to the... Where's the motherboard diagram here? Yeah, I'm gonna have to open a support ticket with MSI, have them look into this. But okay, yeah, this is what's going on. So I currently have my fastest SSD is in M.2_1. That's my PCIe Gen 4 2 terabyte inland Performance Plus. This is certified to run on the PlayStation 5. It's like, I think it's like 7,000 or whatever, 7,400 read, and like 6,850 write or whatever. Okay, that's my boot drive. Then over here I have some other SSD, some really cheap. No, actually, this one, yeah, this is the really, really cheap, terribly slow, awful Gen 3 SSD. This is the Micro Center $60 Black Friday special 2 years ago. It's, if anyone's familiar with it, it's called Inland QN322. It's QLC flash. It has a terrible TBW rating. It's like 300 TBW, and then the drive will die. This is a Gen 3. Maximum speed on this is 2,300 read. It's awfully slow. This is in the second Gen 5 slot. And then my third one, the really, really big one, this one is the, currently I don't even know what's in there. I think it's the Crucial P1. It's an old Gen 3 SSD. And then down here I have the Inland Prime. This is a 2 terabyte double-sided SSD. And I have nothing in the bottom one down here, M.2_5. That one is empty. I was under the impression that the PCIe E3 and M.2_5 share bandwidth because they're physically right next to each other. Now, obviously, that's not the case. It's actually the 4th M.2 and the bottom slot. So I should have put the SSD in the very bottom one, not in here. So, okay, well, I disabled this on by mistake. That's fine. I forced all 4 lanes to E3 because I don't have a 5th M.2 right now. But yeah, that's basically that. Still, I'm going to have to open a ticket with MSI to get them to see if they can duplicate the wake from sleep. Because right now, the problem is I wake the computer from sleep, and either the AverMedia, I think the AverMedia card, there's like a 50-50 chance that the AverMedia card that's plugged in to E3 does not wake up with the computer. This is the exact same problem that Gigabyte had on their X670 motherboards 2 years ago. So I'm amazed if nobody reported this to MSI in all the 2 years, if this just so happens that they have the exact same problem. I kind of think it's a different problem. If disabling the 5th M.2 or the 4th M.2 fixes the problem, then the problem is an auto-negotiate switch resume from S3 problem that they're going to have to fix. So it's a problem specific to the Godlike, and it's not going to affect other motherboards. You can connect all of them. The whole point is we're talking about a BIOS bug. It's supposed to be all working. See? So we're discussing what looks to be a BIOS bug with S3 resume. This is very common, actually. There's actually, in the last 2 or 3 years, there have been so many issues with sleep mode, like waking the computer from sleep. I don't know what it is. I know Windows considers S3 a legacy technology. So Microsoft is not investing any effort into improving S3. They've basically abandoned S3. So all these sort of bugs started cropping up ever since Microsoft started pushing smart standby or smart sleep, which is a laptop technology that is not available to desktops. So it seems like there's some kind of there's a lack of development effort on that. And it seems like, I don't really want to blame Microsoft, because it's not necessarily a Microsoft problem. It's more of like, oh, Microsoft isn't really supporting S3 anymore, so there's no incentive for the motherboard manufacturers to even bother testing S3 mode anymore. You know, like, that's the kind of reasoning why we're seeing these sort of issues crop up. The average consumer is never going to experience these problems. You know, like someone who literally just plays games on their computer, they're never going to run into this problem because they're not using the computer. They're not using like all the functionalities of the motherboard. Can you use the 8 gigabyte hard drive as a backup, or copy to as a backup? I mean, I can. I mean, that's where I store all the YouTube videos. Francisco, this is all great knowledge when we share and compare. Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. And now that I have an MSI motherboard, yeah, if I start uncovering all these problems, all this stuff is going to go to their support team. Because I'm not going to settle for, oh, well, it doesn't work. No, they're going to have to make it work. I made Gigabyte fix like a dozen problems with their products. And I basically made Aorus a much better brand as a result of that over the 2 years of using Gigabyte. Now that I have switched to MSI, now it's time for the reckoning to come to MSI and like clean house, because this is unacceptable. They're going to have to fix this stuff. If in fact this is a BIOS bug that's on them, it's most likely on them. Because what I can tell you guys is I don't run into this problem on Gigabyte because Gigabyte fixed it 2 years ago. And I have not ran into this problem with Asus. So my Asus X870E Hero does not have any of these S3 resume problems. So that, to me, the reason why Asus probably fixes these things ahead of time is because because they're the industry leader in terms of market share, because when you have way more customers, the likelihood that issues are going to get reported goes up. So you're going to fix those things. So by the time someone like me ends up with the product, it's already a mature product. So as much as everybody seems to bash on Asus and hate on Asus, I gotta give them credit where credit's due. So far, when it comes to my Asus Hero motherboard, I was forced to use that temporarily until now with the Godlike. I was using the Hero as the Tech Thursdays PC and the daily driver for basically since not since I got it, for like a month and a half, and it's been rock solid, no problems. Like none of this stuff. You put it to sleep, you wake it up, everything wakes up. You can fill up all the drives, you can fill up all the SSDs, put it to sleep, put an AverMedia in there, put an external AverMedia in there, put it to sleep, wake up, wakes up. Put a second GPU in the X8, that's an Intel ARC, with the Radeon in the top, put it to sleep, wake it up, everything works. So I gotta give credit to Asus, because Asus's BIOS, whatever you think of Asus, they have been rock solid with X870 and X870E, at least from my personal testing. Now, MSI, this is probably like a one-off problem that they'll be able to resolve via BIOS update. But someone has to report the problem. If no one reports the problem, nothing's going to change. So I'm going to have to open a support ticket with them. That's unfortunate because this is a pretty good product overall. You bash on Asus because of how they dealt with RMAs. So it's funny, when I look at my... Now, I've never had to RMA anything with Asus, so I can't really talk about Asus. I've heard a lot of people complain about Asus and RMAs. I have opened 2 tickets with Asus. One of them was on my Threadripper system. They acknowledged that. And it was a problem that they could not fix because the Thunderbolt card that I was using was not supported with that motherboard. Now, they told me, well, I told them actually. I told them what they needed to tell me. But I basically told Asus, where's the USB 4 card? And they were like, well, we don't know. And I'm like, well, can you give me a tentative ETA on when to expect it in the market? And the support person's like, I don't know. I can't talk about unreleased products. So they weren't able to really help me. But, you know, now the product came to market. I got it. It works. There's no problems. So we're all good. So that was like the one support ticket I've had to open with Asus. Now, Gigabyte, I mean, we're going to be here for a while if I start listing every single problem that I've uncovered with Gigabyte over the last 2 years. So we're not going to go into that. Let's just say that Gigabyte has acknowledged a lot of problems, they fixed a lot of problems, and they have also tried to deflect and ignore other problems for some, I don't know, the reasons don't make any sense to me, but whatever. Like, there's workarounds for that. And the most extreme workaround is switch to a different brand. But, yeah. Oh, really? Well, okay, well, I need to gather more details on this thing with the Godlike. I'm going to have to test a few more things. We're going to have to test probably with nothing in M.2_4. So basically what I'm going to do after this stream, I'm going to remove the SSD that's in M.2_4. I'm going to plug it in M.2_5 and see if that resolves the issue. If that does, that proves to me that there is a bug with the switch. When you put the computer to sleep, when you wake it up, the switch gets confused and it doesn't know, like, what do I do? So it's like the computer has a problem. You know, like, that's what's going on. And it's funny because MSI, the ability to share the bandwidth and allowing all the devices to be enabled, that is one of the key differentiating factors that makes MSI's motherboards, like the Godlike and the Tomahawk, those two specific motherboards, more interesting than the others. But if it doesn't work, then what's the point? So they are going to have to fix that. In Task Manager, does it see the card when woken up? No. No, it does not. It's completely invisible. In fact, when I try to launch AverMedia's Rec Central software, the software gets stuck and can't open. So, or eventually it'll open and the capture card's not there. So that tells me... Now, what's weird is it's almost like it's trying to detect it. Because when Gigabyte had this problem, you wake it up, AverMedia's software tells you that the Live Gamer 4K was removed. It was like it was physically removed. So the software feels like gigabytes or a master. Someone literally unplugged the card from the PCI slot. On MSI, it's not doing that. It's just kind of like stalling out, like it's taking forever to sense the card, and the RGB on the card is turned off. So it's like something's wrong with the switch. So I think either MSI is going to have to do a BIOS update that has some kind of like firmware update for the actual chip that they're using, whether it's a PLX switch or something that they're doing. They're going to have to update that probably. I'm guessing it's that. Maybe they don't need to do a EC firmware or like a firmware FPGA update to the PLX. Maybe it's something that they can do in their BIOS. It's a power management problem is what it is. It's definitely a power management thing. ACPI, whatever, how it interacts with PLX. That's what I assume the problem is. But I'm going to have to report it to them because one of their engineers is going to have to do that. So, and it's gotten to the point where, I mean, I've worked directly with AverMedia's engineers and Gigabyte's engineers because one time, like, Gigabyte was trying to, like, deflect the problem. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go bypass you guys and I'm just going to go to AverMedia. And then I told AverMedia, you guys need to go talk to Gigabyte about this because you guys are literally in the exact same city. So just go across the street. So they actually went and did that and we ended up resolving the problem. But, you know, if it gets to that level of escalation, then, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes, we'll see how MSI handles this. But Gigabyte, you kind of have to, you know, you have to light a fire under them sometimes to get them to do stuff. And that's kind of annoying. I'm about to order the Gigabyte X870 Aorus Elite. Should I pass on it? The Gigabyte Aorus Elite is fine if you... Like, what are you going to do with the computer? Like, are you going to use the computer the way I'm using the computer? Where you're literally maxing out everything the motherboard offers? Just wanted to thank you, the info. Oh, tons of questions? Okay. Yeah, well, okay. Well, you're welcome. I mean, that's what we do on this all the time. So, yeah, at the very least, people can join in here, and they'll just listen, and they'll just, like, learn stuff that they didn't... There was one guy that was watching one of my live streams. I think it was the 5-hour marathon where we went over every single motherboard. Like all the new AMD motherboards in one stream. And he was like, the comment was something like, this is like the greatest stream in the sense that this stream answers questions that I didn't even know I had. You know, like the comment was something like that. So, in the BIOS, there is a power management setting if you lose power. I don't think that's it. The ERP settings are not going to... No, it wouldn't be that. There is a setting in older BIOSes, I couldn't find it, called current, typical idle current and low idle current. When you change the typical current idle or whatever, like that fixes a lot of these kind of things with sleep mode. But I couldn't find it in the BIOS, so I don't know where it is. I might try to search it for it later. But it's something to do with that stuff. It's something with the PLX switch, is my guess. I'm going to have to move my SSD to test my theory, though. Or my hypothesis. That's exactly the way I've... Yeah, so, that's what we do, man. If I end up, like, improving the quality of MSI's products, that is kind of weird. But it only ends up happening out of necessity, because at the end of the day, I gotta do the live stream. I have to have a computer that's working properly. I cannot... You know, like, I cannot have a computer that is not waking up from sleep just because I have an AverMedia capture card plugged in. Or if it does wake up from sleep... The AverMedia card is not waking up from sleep. Like, that's just as bad. You know, that's almost as bad. So, yeah, anyway, so wow, we're already like 45 minutes in and we're still talking about this thing with the MSI Godlike. Okay, let's move on here to the main story of this evening. Maybe we'll talk about Apple's M4, but, if people are interested in that. That's more of like what if you're doing Black Friday shopping, what to look out for. If you're looking for laptops, the M4, the Mac, literally just launched M4 and M4, or M4 Pro and M4 Max. Man, those things are insane. Apple is showing the world that you can still get massive single thread performance regardless of what's going on with node shrinks. So the one thing I wish MSI would include in their smart button is the option to go directly into the BIOS. Oh, they don't have that? I haven't really messed with customizing it so far. There's a couple things with MSI's BIOS that are both good and bad. Number one, I don't know if you guys were here for the beginning, but I said this in the beginning. MSI, the default behavior on MSI is to not wake the computer from a USB device. So I was sitting here pressing on my keyboard. I was hitting the space bar on my keyboard, and the computer's not waking up at all. And I'm like, what is... Click the mouse button, press the keys on the keyboard. You know, why is the computer not waking up? So I go press the power button, and sure enough, then it wakes up. So I go into their wake setup menu, and sure enough, wake from USB is disabled. And I'm thinking, like, why is that disabled when literally everyone else has that enabled? You know, that's weird. So that's one thing that was awkward. The other thing is MSI, the default behavior for the postcode beep, the buzzer sound, is disabled. What's the point of having it disabled when most people don't use the speaker anyway? So you might as well just have it enabled by default for the few people like me that still use the speaker. So I had to enable that manually. I don't understand why I have to enable that. On ASRock and Gigabyte, that's enabled by default. So, and you can't even, well, I mean, I think there's a place to disable, but it's enabled by default. So I don't know why MSI has that disabled by default, but at least you can enable it. Unlike Asus, which completely took the feature away. So, and they're still charging like $700 for a backplate. Okay, the other thing too is ASRock and Gigabyte, when you put the computer to sleep, ASRock and Gigabyte turn off the lights, including the power LED. So your little power LED on your front, on the case, if you have an ASRock and a Gigabyte, and if you put your computer to sleep, I'm not talking about shutdown or hibernate, I'm talking about sleep, S3 sleep, also known as standby mode. When you do that, ASRock and Gigabyte turn off that LED. Asus, in all their infinite wisdom, keeps the stupid thing blinking. It's blinking. Like the LED, the light on the button, the power button, is blinking the whole time. So the annoying thing with Asus is if you have your computer in a bedroom and you put it to sleep, the white LED, you better hope your case doesn't have a white power LED. The white light is so bright, blinking, blinking, blinking the whole time while you're trying to go to sleep, and you have this bright white LED just blinking away, blinking away. You know what I have to do? Because if I'm using an Asus motherboard, I gotta take black electrical tape. I gotta put a piece of electrical tape over the power button to cover up the white LED on the computer case, because Asus doesn't let you disable the blinking behavior when it's in sleep. ASRock turns it off. Gigabyte turns it off. They both succeed 100%. MSI is unique in that they give you a choice. MSI gives you a choice. This is the general theme of MSI, is that they give you the choice. You want to run your X4? You want to run your 5th M.2? Guess what? You can. Or supposedly, you can run both of them. You want to run USB 4? You want to run a 2nd Gen 5 SSD? You can run both of them. So MSI gives you the choice. So with this blinking LED, the default behavior is like Asus, where it blinks. But in the BIOS, you can go in and turn it to turn off when it goes to sleep. So you'll have the light on when the computer's on, and when it goes to sleep, the light turns off. So at least MSI gives you the choice. If you want the blinking LED, you can have it. That's the default. If you don't like the blinking LED, you can turn it off. So at least they give you the choice. So Asus 100% fails in the sense that they took away the speaker and they have the stupid blinking power LED. Like, that is super annoying. I have to literally either like cover it up with something so that it's not blinking in the nighttime in a dark room when you're trying to go to sleep, and the blinking, blinking, blinking light on the case just won't turn off. So like Asus is complete fail in that regard. Like Asus is basically an office PC. Like you're never gonna want to put that in the bedroom if you use sleep mode on your computer. Asus always has these small things that make a huge issue. Yeah, it's the stupid quality of life things. It's like, well, I mean, at least the sleep mode and the AverMedia is working, but I really wish that they would at least give you the option to turn off the blinking LED when it's in sleep mode. So, see, these are the sort of insights that somebody who has experience using all the different motherboards can tell you. If you have someone who only buys Asus or only buys Gigabyte, they have no idea what they're missing out on by not switching vendors every now and then. At least it's not beeping. My B550 didn't come with a USB-C front panel plug. That is ridiculous. Oh, man. Okay, Intel ARC. Intel's next generation Battlemage discrete GPUs, rumored to launch by December 12th, unveiling 2 variants for now. So the last I heard, this was not even, it was only now taping out, and apparently it's launching on December 12th. So I don't know who to believe anymore. Like, I feel like all the rumors that I've heard are complete fake news at this point, because apparently it's coming out next month. Intel ARC is launching next month. Just when I thought we were done with new hardware for this year. The Intel ARC is on the way. You have the PC in the bedroom and it's doing the blinking thing. You haven't been able to sleep since 2022. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, man, that's super annoying. Yeah, that's annoying because I went from a Gigabyte board to an Asus board. Because you guys know I had the Aorus Master. Then I switched to the Hero. And the Hero is like blinking like nonstop. The blinking power light. And I'm like, are you serious? This is so 2017. What is going on, Asus? What are you doing? You took away the beep, so I have no idea when the computer is going to post. So it's like this. Like if I want to time the post, like the correct thing to do is to listen for the beep. You can time all the way to the Windows login screen, but if you want to actually know the initialization time, you have to time it to when it beeps. But guess what? You can't do that with Asus anymore. So it's like you're just kind of like, oh, we have to estimate, like, when is it actually done? Is it done? Like, I don't know. So, expect 6700 XT or 3070 performance. Oh, wait. Oh, this is B580? It seems like after much anticipation, we finally have a release date for Intel's upcoming Battlemage. The information for video cards, this is Video Card Z states that Intel plans to launch the ARC Battlemage B550 and... Oh, this isn't even their highest end stuff. Intel said to launch their exclusive limited edition as well, replicating their strategy. Oh, they're doing limited editions, though? Man, why do they gotta go and do that? As soon as you said that this is the B550, I immediately lost all interest in this. But then they go and get me with the limited edition. Oh, man. I'm still trying to get that Intel Core Ultra. And I've just about given up on it at this point. And now they're trying to tempt me with their limited edition. Oh, man. Intel never ceased to amaze me. Oh, wow. They're bringing it. They're pulling out all the stops. They're bringing it in. The limited edition. Limited edition. You know this thing is going to sell really well on eBay in like a couple of years as a collector's item. See, that's why it's like, if you want an Intel GPU, you buy the limited edition because those are the only ones that retain their resale value. All the other ones, the sparkles, the ASRock stuff, all that stuff is complete garbage. None of that stuff is going to hold value. Only the limited edition will hold value. Apart from this, the review embargo is said to be lifted by mid-December. Interestingly, Intel will have separate embargo. So, the problem with this is I'm probably going to pass on this, to be honest. I'm going to just wait until their highest-end GPU comes out. Because this is... Like, if what Met just said is true, if this thing is only as fast as a 6700 XT, the 6700 XT launched in March of 2021. That GPU is over 3.5 years old. That GPU is about to be 4 years old in Q1 of next year. And here we are. Intel is about to launch a GPU that is able to match the 6700 XT. That is like, that's a no-go. Like, what is that? Like, what did they do for 2 years? The A770 was like, that was what? Almost as fast as a 7600, but most of the time, I remember I made the video. Like, I reviewed that. I reviewed the A770 at launch. Then, when I reviewed the RX 7600, like several months later, I retested the Intel GPU. And guess what? The AMD's $260 or $250 RX 7600 beat the Intel ARC A770 in literally like everything I tested at 1080p and 1440p also. So I'm like, I think maybe in 1440p, like the A770 was like tying with it in like 2 games or something. It's just complete embarrassment, man. Like, so embarrassing. Like, what is this thing? And then now it's only as fast as the 6700 XT, which means that the 580 is, it's like, okay, it's faster than the A770 if it's as fast as the 6700 XT, because the 6700 XT is faster than a 7600, and the 7600 is faster than the A770. So yeah, it means that the 580 will be faster than their current fastest. But, like, who is this supposed to be for? I guess it's supposed to go in, like, pre-builds or something for people who just don't build their own computers and buy pre-builds. But what sort of, like, Origin PC or Omen or Alienware, why would they sell a computer, a pre-built with one of these when it has literally no brand recognition? You know, like, no one's gonna... The average Fortnite gamer is not going to care about the Intel ARC. They're not going to know what this is. All they're going to be is like, well, where is the GeForce logo or the Radeon logo? Or like, where's that X3D logo? You know, like that's all they know. They're not going to pay attention to this. Like, what is this? What is this thing? Like, so I don't know who this is for. And if they're trying to sell to somebody like me, if they're like, oh, well, the tech enthusiast will buy it. Game Tech will buy it because he needs to make a review, right? Well, no, not necessarily. If the thing is only as fast as the C700 XT, why would I waste my time with this? You know, like, I don't really see a point in getting this, to be honest. The only thing that entices me is the limited edition. The limited edition is literally the only thing that has my attention. Otherwise, I'm probably going to skip this. I would buy it more for collection purposes more than anything else, and the resale value. After like 5 years of it sitting in a box. You know, like, you're like literally buying it as an investment rather than buying it to actually use it in the computer. So kind of sad that that's what this is. Timestamp for RTX 5090. RTX 5090, we will talk about it, I guess, if you guys really want to talk about that again. I feel like we have talked about the 5090 so many times, though. 10 to 15-year-old parents, or 10 to 15-year-olds from their parents, are they going to tell their parents to buy this? I don't think they're going to tell their parents to get this. Intel's wasting their time, get back to CPU. No, they can't do that. See, the problem is, if Intel, guys, so if Intel doesn't do graphics cards, they literally have no other avenue. Right now, Intel has CPUs and they have the GPUs. Now, they do have other things. A lot of people don't know this, but Intel also has like a very large networking division. Like they make like network interfaces and things like that. Like typically a lot of motherboards have Intel Ethernet ports in them or even Intel Wi-Fi chips in them. So Intel does a lot of like other things outside of just CPUs, but they need to have the GPUs because if they don't, they literally have nothing that's going to be able to support AI. And as much as everybody on listening to this channel doesn't like to hear about AI, the reality is the AI business opportunity is way too big for Intel to ignore. They have to do something in that space. So they're never going to abandon graphics cards, or at the very least, GPU parallelism for various different use cases, not just gaming. In fact, it's starting to get to the point where I think Intel is caring less and less about gaming and how they're perceived by the gamers, and they're starting to care more about the enterprise market and the AI market, and they don't really care about the gamers. I think that's what's happening. So, and they're not the only ones doing this. NVIDIA is the exact same way. NVIDIA's already abandoned the gamers a long time ago. NVIDIA will throw the gamers a bone every 2 years, you know, like a pet dog, because the gamers are basically like a pet dog. I use dog as the analogy because we all know, anyone who has a pet dog, you guys know how loyal a dog is. Dogs are very loyal. So NVIDIA treats the gamers like a pet dog. Like it's like, oh, I have to feed my pet once every 2 years. Here, this is it, the 5090. Go and be happy, but give me lots of money in the process. Like that's basically the mentality. And it works. It works. The gamers, they are drinking the Kool-Aid, so to speak. They're taking NVIDIA's word as the gospel. They worship Jensen Huang. Like, have you guys seen the video from 2016? The I can afford that video? You guys know exactly what I'm talking about? Do we need to do the meme video again? Do I have to find the video? Oh boy, hold up. Let me mute this first. Yeah, this is it. Have you guys seen the meme? Check it out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the GTX 1080.
Yeah, see? See what I'm talking about? He gets everybody in. He gets everybody in. Drink the Kool-Aid. Drink the GeForce Kool-Aid. Worship the GeForce. Worship the NVIDIA. The more you buy, the more you save. The more you buy, the more you save. The more you buy, the... So you see what I'm saying? Like, this is the reason why NVIDIA can walk all over the gamers and charge whatever they want. The people will pay it. They'll find a way. If they have to refinance their house, if they have to get a second mortgage or a third mortgage or a fourth, whatever it is, take out a loan, sell their kidney, you know, donate some of their wisdom teeth or whatever. Like, they'll find a way to afford the RTX 5090. See? So, Intel doesn't have the pet dogs. NVIDIA has the pet dogs. So Intel would certainly like to get the pet dogs, but they don't have them. They belong to NVIDIA. So no matter what NVIDIA does at this point, like, people are just going to buy it, man. Like, NVIDIA can charge $2,000, $2,500. Heck, they can charge probably even $3,000, and people will still buy the 5090 in droves. So, that's how it's going to be. I don't know what else we need to say about 5090. You guys want to talk about 5090? That's basically what to expect. The Godlike was available. Yeah, the Godlike is available on Newegg, guys. It's not available on Amazon. So if you order it on Newegg, and I think, oh, do I not have man, I don't have the affiliate link in the channel description, do I? I have it in my stream from yesterday. I don't have the Godlike one in there, man. Yeah, that's lame. I don't have it in there. If you do want to support the channel, like I do have affiliate links for Newegg and Amazon. So if you guys are buying a motherboard like the Godlike or just a motherboard in general, you can use the affiliate links in the description below if you want to support the channel. And it's just a simple way to support. You don't have to. I'm just saying, like, it does help. Believe it or not, it does help fund like more content for next year.
RX7900XTXOC is still the best value to performance, and I may get another.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny you mentioned that, Francisco, about the 7900 XTX. The thing that concerns me a little bit going into next year is if you're based in the US, you know how there could be tariffs put on Chinese goods or goods coming from Asia, particularly stuff manufactured in China. So right now, the expectation is that we're going to see a 10% tariff on all the electronics. So graphics cards, CPUs, well, I don't know about CPUs, but graphics cards definitely, because those are made in China, a lot of them. Although some of the packaging is done in other countries now. It really depends. But a lot of these motherboards, RAM, like a lot of components that we buy when building computers, cases, keyboards, mice, monitors, you name it. A lot of that stuff is made overseas, and we're gonna see some price hikes next year that are gonna get passed on to consumers, because what happens is the tariffs will immediately affect the middleman buyer. So like Newegg, well, not even Newegg, like the distribution entities that sell to Newegg. So the ones that literally buy bulk from like the Chinese, like from like the factories, then they sell to Newegg, they sell to Amazon, they sell to Micro Center. Like that's called that's the distribution chain. Those guys are going to get hit with the tariffs because those are the guys that have the import. They have to pay the import tax. So that's going to be the tariff tax. That's going to get going to stack on top of that. So then what's going to happen is the price to Newegg and all the other retailers goes up by 10%. So what did the businesses do? Oh, well, they just charge the customers 10% more. So the cost gets passed down along the entire supply chain to eventually the person who's actually going to own the product and actually use the product. So we'll see what happens next year. But the 7900 XTX, it's not even just the GPU. All of those things, all these sort of components, you can expect them to go up in price ever so slightly next year. Potentially. That's not how tariffs work. Okay, well then how do tariffs work? Explain to us how the tariffs work. The thing with the tariffs is that at the end of the day, either Amazon or Newegg or the resellers have to either eat that cost because their price goes up, like what they pay to obtain the import product. And then usually what they do is they either, if they want to be competitive with each other, they won't directly translate the full cost increase to the consumer. They'll do like a partial raise. And then they'll compete with each other on price. Like that's like how they always do. But you will see prices go up slightly. We've already seen this happen though with certain components. So if you guys have been paying attention to SSDs are definitely more expensive this year than they were last year. So case in point, I remember last year I purchased a 4 terabyte Crucial P3 Plus. And the P3 Plus was like $160 a year ago. 4 terabyte, $160 for a 4 terabyte Gen. Now, it's not a very fast Gen 4 SSD, but think about that. 4 terabyte SSD, M.2 Gen 4 for $160. Like, that is a good deal. And you look at all the Black Friday deals happening right now, none of the deals now are capable of matching what the deals were last year for SSDs. So that's just SSDs. But the price of SSDs of NAND flash has gone up. The country of where the item comes, pay. Yeah, that's what I said, the disti. The distribution layer, which is where it gets to the import. The customs and the import. But what do you think happens to the retailers, though? So is the price to the retailers exactly the same? Why would the price to the retailers stay exactly the same if the distribution had to pay more? You see what I'm saying? Like, how does that make sense? Why would the distribution layer not increase the price to Newegg? Where's the incentive of them to just like not increase the price? See, what it does is it translates into a diluted percent increase is what it does, which will eventually hit the consumer. So I don't know what the story is with flash memory, but I'll tell you guys, SSDs this year are more expensive than they were last year. They're significantly more expensive than they were a year ago. They moved production to USA. Yeah, but there's a lag time. You're right. You have a point there, but that, like 2017, like that was years ago. So it sets it up so that there is incentive for them to move. There's no incentive for Nvidia to do that, though. There's no incentive for, well, Nvidia doesn't care, but there's like it's not even Nvidia. This would affect like Zotac, Sapphire, PowerColor, Asus, MSI, Gigabyte. Basically the add-in board partners. This affects them. It affects them because if their products are going to be sold in the US has to pay more to get the product if they're making the product in China, for example. So now, what do you do? Like, if you're Asus, what do you do? Do you lower your price by 10% to offset the US tax increase so that the price stays the same? You're not going to do that. You know why you're not going to do that? You're a publicly traded company. You think your board of directors are going to approve of that? They're not going to approve of that. Are the shareholders going to approve of that? They're definitely not going to approve of that. So Asus is not going to lower their price by 10% to offset the US 10% tax increase. Like, maybe there'll be some sort of negotiation there where it's like, okay, well, maybe we'll lower the price by like 3% for the next 12 to 18 months or whatever. There's all kinds of stuff like that will go on in discussions with like the chief financial officer, the VP of Finance division for the international, for basically like Asus of America, all that kind of stuff. I'm using an example with Asus here. It could be, it's just any of them. It's all of them. This will affect all of them. Zotac opened a new assembly plant outside of China. They did that like a few years ago, though. A lot of them were doing that years ago. But what ends up happening is, what it turns into is price increases. Because other countries already have these tariff things. Like Japan already has a whole bunch of tariffs on stuff. That's the reason why Japan, it's like buying a Ryzen CPU or buying any of these tech enthusiast products in Japan is way more expensive than it is in America. And that isn't even taking into account the weak yen. Not only is the yen super weak, so the buying power of the average Japanese person is worse than like the average American's buying power when it comes to buying the same electronic device. But on top of that, Japan has these import taxes on this stuff that's higher than the American import tax. So yeah, America can do a 10% tariff increase, but at the end of the day, what's ultimately going to happen is the tariff will basically make it such that the products, like the amount of money that the average American spends on electronics, will be more similar to what the average Japanese person spends on electronics. Because if you compare Japanese prices to American prices, just look up like the price of a 9800X 3D in Japan, or like anything like the Intel Core Ultra or some random motherboard, and you'll see like you do the yen to US dollar conversion, and you'll be like, whoa, why is it way more expensive in a country where the yen is already so weak? Like it's like, wow. So it's because of the taxes. It's because the import tax in Japan is higher. That's why. Cheap here in the hundreds cheap here in the hundreds. Hey Gabriel, happy Thanksgiving. They won't lose, we will, we always will. Same thing with Levi jeans. Why do you think they are so expensive outside the US? There weren't tariffs on Toyota when they moved. It was just the business strategy on their part. Well, but see, part of that was, I think the tariffs had some play in that, but I think they did want to diversify their geographic locations, though. It helps their supply chain by moving the factories overseas for the North American and South American market. So there are other advantages too, not just sidestepping tariffs and things like that. But the thing is, you look at these other companies, like Zotac, it's very different because Toyota, like comparing an automobile company to a company that makes add-in board graphics cards, like there isn't even a similar scale. Like they're just way too different. It's way too different. Their operating revenue, the way that their employees are managed are completely different. They don't have regional. Like oftentimes these companies that make graphics cards, I'm not talking about Nvidia and AMD. I'm talking about the add-in board partners. So MSI, Sapphire, Power Color, Zotac, etc. These guys don't have large footprints in English-speaking countries, oftentimes. And they don't care to invest in expanding overseas because what it's going to boil down to is how big is the market opportunity? What is the opportunity cost of like just increasing the price and just seeing how the customer reacts, versus trying to move operations or manufacturing to a different location. Like that's what it's going to come down to. And a lot of these guys, they're not so keen on moving unless it's like all you got to do is go to Vietnam or something. You know what I'm saying? Or just go and like build it in Taiwan. Like if that's the case, then they can do that. But you can forget about like Zotac or Sapphire opening up a plant to manufacture GPUs in North or South America. That ain't going to happen anytime soon. Like TSMC already was very, very, they had a lot of reservations about opening their fab plants in other places outside of Taiwan. They had a lot of reservations about doing that. But TSMC is a very, very large company with a lot of revenue and a very large international footprint for obvious reasons. Whereas these other guys like Zotac, they're big, they're part of like a larger entity, but they're not, there isn't really enough incentive for them to do the same thing. So we'll see how this plays out. Obviously, this is kind of stuff that's sort of speculation right now. But it's an interesting discussion. It's just we'll see where things are in the next, I would say a year from now, we would know exactly how this plays out. ASRock, X870E Nova Wi-Fi still out of stock after your review. Yeah, those things are constantly sold out. I honestly, I don't know what's going on. Right now, the demand for the 9800X3D is so high that all these X870 boards are just constantly being sold out. So good luck if you're trying to buy. So that brings us to another point. If you're trying to get like a Black Friday deal, the really good deals are probably going to be last gen motherboards. So like, and if you're okay with updating your BIOS, then you're probably going to get a pretty good bundle deal on Black Friday for either a 7800X3D or any of the Zen 4 and maybe even the Zen 5 non-X3D. Now, I don't think there's much incentive for the resellers, the retailers, to do bundle deals for the 9800X3D. I mean, unless you live near a Micro Center and unless your local Micro Center has stock of the 9800X3D, then maybe you can find an okay deal. But I would expect all the good Black Friday deals for building a PC to be from last gen, so like 7800X3D, 7950X3D, and if you're buying Zen 5, so like if you're trying to build a workstation or like some kind of productivity device with the 9950X, for example, 9900X or the 9700X, you can probably find a decent bundle with those CPUs, provided it's a previous generation motherboard. So like any X670E or B650 motherboard, those are probably going to be on really good fire sale for Black Friday. Just know that if you do buy a 9000 series CPU and a previous generation X670 or B650 motherboard, there is a very high probability, we're talking like 85% chance or more, that you have to flash the BIOS for the motherboard to recognize the Zen 5, aka the Ryzen 9000 CPU. So just, that's my public service announcement. For those of you looking for a Black Friday deal for a motherboard, if you're going to pair a 9800X3D or any 9000 series Ryzen CPU with a previous generation B650 or X670, you probably have to update the BIOS. It's because there's a lot of people, I've helped a ton of people who thought they have a defective motherboard and they bought a 9700X or a 9800X3D and they're like, well, how come my computer doesn't come on? Like, it's not going to post. Something's wrong. It's a defective motherboard. No, it's not a defective motherboard. You got to update your BIOS. And sure enough, every single one of them, after they did the BIOS flashback, everything works fine. So that's why, yeah, make sure if you're buying those old motherboards, update the BIOS. But there's probably some really good deals from like B&H or Newegg, and especially Micro Center if you live near a Micro Center. But not everybody does. But if you're in the U.S., probably Newegg and B&H. Newegg in particular probably has some really good deals, more so than Amazon. Amazon doesn't really pay much attention to tech enthusiasts. It's not really their market. So I would go to Amazon last. Like, I'll give you guys a good example. Right now, I think if you go to Amazon and you look up the Godlike, I don't even think Amazon has the Godlike sold officially through Amazon. It's probably some third-party guy who's trying to, like, flip it or whatever. So you would buy it from Newegg if you wanted the Godlike. I'm just using that one as one example. Tomahawk X870 it's okay. I mean, it's a good board. If you're okay with single chipset. If you need the second chipset, then you're going to want X870E. There was Hero boards on B&H. Yeah. Which Hero, though? The old one? The new one? You need a 64 gig memory kit for the 9800X3D. So, let's take a look at some of these here. X870E. Let's just see if there's actually any deals. X870E. So the Strix-E is $30 off. I wouldn't call that a Black Friday deal. That just looks like a regular sale. This Gigabyte Aorus Pro is offering free 32 gigabyte Corsair memory. And that motherboard is $360. And there is a $20 rebate, so that becomes $340 plus 32 gigabytes of free RAM. So something like this seems like it's an okay deal. This is also the full dual chipset. The Aorus Master, that's not on sale. $500 is the regular price. The Godlike is $1,100. That is not on sale. That is the regular price. The Pro aren't. None of these things are on sale. Then they've got these combo savings. So see, like, okay, Nova. Well, guess what? The Nova's out of stock, so that's a no-go. Tai Chi, out of stock. Man, the ASRock boards are literally always out of stock. I don't know what's going on. ASRock is just, like, never available. X670E. Okay, X670E. These have better deals. So the MSI X670E Gaming Plus Wi-Fi has a $20 promo code. So this is $220. So it's 21% off because the regular price is $280. So $220. Then you type in this code at checkout. That drops it to $199. So you're getting this for literally, you're getting a dual chipset for $200, basically. And this would be good for the 9800 X3D. This would be perfect for the 9800 X3D. It's dual chipset. It does not have USB 4, but if you don't need USB 4, then like let's put it this way, if you need USB 4, you should probably consider buying an X870 and not a last gen motherboard. They discovered that ASRock does not do GPU lane sharing. Who's they? Who is this? The scalpers? Who are we talking about here? The gamers? The scalpers? Who is they? They discovered it does not do lane sharing. Please explain who they is. They, them, thee, thou. Who is that? Who discovered this? Like, it's like somebody discovered fire. Someone discovered lightning. Hendo today, just sub to the channel. Welcome to the channel. The X870E Nova does not do lane sharing. All the other do. What? Huh? What? No, that's not true. The ASRock Nova is not the only one that does no lane sharing. Like, I don't know who told you that. I certainly didn't say that. So I don't know where you heard that, because you definitely didn't hear that from me. It's just like Dragon Age Veilguard. They, them is the new there. Oh, the Gigabyte Aorus Elite. So the Gigabyte Aorus Elite, this is actually a good motherboard. I used to have this motherboard, and I know I actually recommend this for people who don't care about PCIe Gen 5. So I had one of these. I don't have it anymore, but I used to have it, and this was a good one. This was actually the one that I used as a test bench PC for a while, for like I think a year actually, from like the end of 2022 until the end, or like around. Actually, it was more than a year. It was like sometime in like April. I sold the Aorus Elite, so I don't have it anymore. But, yeah, this one, $200, so it's $60 off. And then there's a $10 code, and you just plug in the code at checkout. So this becomes $190 for a dual chipset that only has one Gen 5 SSD. And everything else is Gen 4, including the GPU. So maybe people want that Gen 5 GPU slot, especially if they're considering getting an RTX 50 series next year. So maybe people are going to hard pass on that for that reason. But I think this is actually a really good choice. Yeah, no, I know you have this motherboard. This is a good motherboard. This motherboard can do 8,000. You can run 48 gigabytes at 8,000 on this motherboard. I verified that when I was testing RAM like last year. So that is a good one. Think about it like this. A $190 motherboard that can run DDR5 8000. 48 gigabytes. That is pretty good. This is one of those like smart buy choices that kind of flies under the radar. The Illuminati are now aware that the Nova is the go-to motherboard. Yeah, I will say the Nova is the go-to motherboard. I will agree with that statement. Because for most people, even if you're a content creator, if you go with the Nova, you're still not really missing out in any way. Like, literally the only thing that the Nova is lacking is a true X4 slot or an X8 slot that shares lanes. But, you know, like, the people that seem to want to buy the Nova are the people that absolutely want no lane sharing with the GPU no matter what. So, I mean, the funny thing about the Nova is you can actually add 10 gig LAN to it in the bottom slot. So it's like, you can add 10 gig LAN, and there's no GPU lane sharing. And it has 5 M.2. But if you use the 5th M.2, you can't add the 10 gig LAN. So, for most people, I think that motherboard is a very good choice. Hey, Scott. Welcome to the channel. If I have a 14900K that can be refunded but not the motherboard, do you think it's worth upgrading? It depends on, like, okay, if you're on 1440p, yes. You get a lot of improvements. You get better gaming performance, just straight up better gaming performance. You get way less power consumption, so your computer never gets loud. At least the CPU never gets loud. Like, your GPU could still get loud, but your CPU will never get loud. The CPU cooler, I mean. So, versus on the 13900K, the fans have to max. Even on a 360 IO, the thing's going to have to get loud while gaming because the thing just uses a lot of power. Although it really depends on the type of game you play. But yeah, it depends. It's like, if you really... Also, if you just want peace of mind of never having to worry about the 14900K just once, like one day, all of a sudden, it starts crashing and you have to do the RMA. You know, it's up to you. The 14900K overall is still a good CPU. It's just like a very power hungry CPU, and it had that issue where it can die over time. What was the thing? Not on the first PCIe where the GPU goes. Tomahawk does have lane sharing. Yeah, no, not on the first slot. Wait for the 9950 X3D. Oh yeah, that is a good point. That's a good comment. Like, if you have a 14900K, you're already getting the benefit of 32 threads. So yeah, in that scenario, that is a good point. But the thing is, the whole comment is about refunding the 14900K. So if you're within the return window, the return window is not going to last until the launch of the 9950 X3D. So maybe you don't have the luxury of waiting that long. You're gaming at 4K and you plan on getting the 5090? Yeah, then you're going to want X3D. You're definitely going to want X3D then. But you could get the 9950 X3D. I mean, if you want to return that thing and get the... it's up to you. 9950 X3D will game basically the same as the 9800 X3D. And it will compile shaders faster because it has double the thread count. So, okay, my opinion, if you're trying to return it based off a return window, then you need to make the decision now. Otherwise, if you're talking about like somehow refunding it, I don't know how you would refund it next year if you've held on to it this long. But I kind of think if you can't do that, you might as well just get the 9800 X3D. The 9950X3D will most likely game exactly the same as the 9800X3D. It'll have similar boost speeds on the Vcache CCD, and then the non-Vcache CCD will boost even higher. It'll boost to 5.7 gigahertz, just like the 9950X. So that means that technically speaking, like, okay, let's put it this way. If I had to choose between the 9950X3D and the 9800X3D, I would choose the 9950X3D. Because I can tell you from my own personal experience, as somebody who has used, and I still have them, the 7800X3D and the 7950X3D, I would much rather use the 7950X3D because of the extra cores and threads. The compiling shader times are much faster. The multi-thread performance is just straight up better. And even in the games that are like frequency bound instead of cache bound, the 7950X3D will be faster because it has higher boost clocks on that non-Vcache CCD. So I expect the exact same thing with the 9950X3D. Overall, I personally think the 7950X3D, a lot of people misinterpreted how that CPU works. It's very simple. You either turn game mode on if you want the Vcache to take the game threads exclusively, or you turn game mode off if your game scales with frequency. And then what happens is the game will run on the fastest cores. It's that simple. But apparently, a lot of people didn't get the memo on how that CPU works. But I've been very happy with the 7950X3D. In fact, the 7950X3D was the Tech Thursday's computer for a long time, actually, until I have swapped now to the Godlike with the 9950X. I was hoping to upgrade from the 9800X3D to the new 9950X3D one. So the thing is, you shouldn't consider upgrading unless you actually need the extra cores and threads. If you don't need the cores and threads, there isn't really a reason to consider upgrading from the 9800X3D. Most people are not going to need those extra threads. I mean, that's the truth. A lot of people are not, unless you're doing what I do with the computer, unless you're video editing, unless you're rendering, unless you're live streaming and doing like all this stuff with the computer where a lot of the cores are in use. Because like, okay, case in point, right now, I'm basically only live streaming. We have the browser is open. I have the live stream. I have the live stream chat. I have the OBS running, and we're doing the stream. You guys can see this is a 16-core 9950X, and literally only the top row has stuff going on. Like, basically, the main apps are running on these cores, and then background apps are running on these cores, and literally, like, nothing is going on over here. So if you have an 8-core, 16-thread, if you have a 9800X3D, you basically have the first and the second row. You basically get the first and second row. You don't get this stuff down here. But guess what? This stuff down here is doing absolutely nothing. It's doing nothing. Meaning I could stream just as well on the 9800X3D, and this system would be just as responsive because literally the third and fourth row make no difference. There's nothing for them to do. They don't do anything. So we fire up a game, they're probably not going to do anything still, because these cores will just do more and these guys will still do nothing. So only if I'm rendering a video or if I'm doing some kind of Cinebench benchmark run or whatever, then I will see all this stuff do work. Otherwise, this stuff oftentimes sits here and does nothing. And the best cores, which are the ones up here, do all the work. These are the fastest single thread cores. That's why they're doing everything. So that's typically how the high core count CPUs work. It's not rocket science. That's how it works. Yeah, we're running 96 gigabytes of memory. So you can see, like, I'm using 15 gigs of RAM. So even if I had 32 gigs of RAM, this would be totally fine. You know, like, for most people, that would be fine. So we're running 96 at 6,000 right here. We got 4 sticks of memory. Just to show you guys, this is the computer, by the way. You can see the 4 sticks of DDR5. This is the computer that we built on stream yesterday. This is the MSI X870E Godlike with the 9950X and 96 gigs of RAM on 4 sticks. So, yeah, and that's basically it. We're running this thing. We're putting this thing through the paces. So what I do when I buy computer hardware, I test the hardware thoroughly within the return window. Because if I have a defective component, I want to catch it very quickly so I can do an exchange or a refund before the return window expires. Because the last thing I want to do is discover that I have a defective piece of hardware after I can't return it, because then I'm stuck having to do an RMA with MSI or whoever the vendor is, and I would much rather do an exchange through Newegg or whoever I bought it from versus having to go through the RMA process. So definitely, that's a pro tip. If you're building a PC, you want to stress test every single piece of, like every USB port. Check all your USB ports on the back. Check your front panel connectors. Test it with USB drives. Simple things. Plug things in. See that they all work. Test your SATA ports. Test your M.2 drives. Like, make sure everything is working before you go outside the return window so you can avoid having to deal with an RMA if you have a problem with the computer. Newegg has an extended return policy. Yeah, I know. That's the nice thing about Newegg. So Newegg, I got my Godlike from Newegg. So, and they made a mistake when they shipped me the first Godlike, but they cleared that up and they went above and beyond. Newegg actually gave me a additional $50 discount because they screwed up the order the first time. And on top of that, they paid for next business day expedited shipping on the second shipment to correct the error. So they got this thing to me in lightning speed after they screwed up the first time. So Newegg did good. I personally have never really had any significant problem with Newegg. I know Newegg, there was some controversy like 2 years ago or whatever. I know Gamers Nexus did like a whole thing about Newegg. And Newegg, I mean, that helped Newegg improve. But even before that, I never really had any serious problems with Newegg. So I think they're pretty good. They definitely cater more to the tech enthusiast crowd than, say, Amazon. So I personally would rather buy from Newegg than Amazon. I only go to Amazon for electronics if I can't find them anywhere else. You typically get either better selections, better inventory choices from Newegg for certain things like specific memory kits, for example, or motherboards. In fact, you can't even get the Godlike from Amazon, actually from Amazon. Right now, it's like out of stock. But, you know, Newegg has it, so that's what I mean. Like, yeah. I mean, I've been using Newegg for a long time, so I prefer them over Amazon. I only go to Amazon, like I said, if I can't find the thing from Newegg, and obviously if I can't find the thing from Micro Center. My first choice, personally, because I'm near a Micro Center, is Micro Center. That's number one. Micro Center has priority. Number two, Newegg. Number three is either going to be B&H, Photo. But oftentimes B&H doesn't. The problem with B&H is they don't have the amount of choices. You know, like Newegg just has so many choices in terms of motherboards, in terms of graphics cards. Like Newegg just has a ton of different choices. So they are definitely right up there with Micro Center. In fact, oftentimes, Newegg has more choices than Micro Center. Especially for like graphics cards. Waiting for Santa Clara Micro Center to open? Wait, you are currently waiting for it to open? You're outside? Are you camping? You're camping outside the Micro Center? Your cousin got scammed by Amazon. He bought Fearless Assassin Mini and got the stock AMD cooler. Okay, the thing with that, though, you gotta be careful when you're buying from Amazon, because sometimes Amazon has the wrong description in their listing. So, and that's the problem with Amazon, because Amazon has so many products. This is the other reason why Amazon's the last choice for me. You also gotta check the seller. Check that it's not I don't know. If it's a third-party seller, that's another thing, too. It could have been a scam thing, too, yeah. Oh, you camped outside the Micro Center to get the 9800 X3D. What are you camping outside Micro Center for this time? I mean, it's not like they're launching Battlemage anytime soon. Battlemage is the only thing to get hyped about. And after Matt revealed that it's 6700 XT, I've almost lost complete interest in it now. Amazon has been taxing a lot lately. B&H has a 2-day return window. It also has on low-end 1080p GPU. Well, B&H sometimes, like, okay. B&H has, sometimes they got stuff that you can't find anywhere else, though. Oftentimes, B&H also doesn't even do, like, the problem with B&H is they'll list a product and then they'll never, like, they'll give you this random window of when it will be available, and then it's like the date arrives and it's not available. So, yeah, I don't know. Sometimes they have good deals, though. Sometimes they have, like, they're a good option over Amazon. Do you think 128 gigabyte of DDR5 6000 will work out a box on the crosshair? I've tested it. It's not gonna. Well, okay. I have had problems getting that to work on the crosshair. Like that much RAM. So here's the thing about the RAM. So I tested. Here, let me find the kit. G-Skill Trident Z5 6400 48 gigabyte. Was it this one? No, that's 32. This one? No, it was a 96 gigabyte kit. I've tested 128. I can't remember the kit. Oh, the 128 kit was probably. Oh no, it was a 5600 kit. I tested. I thought I just saw it. It was like 48 gigabyte. This one? Was it this? No, it's 76. No, it was oh no, it's a 96 gigabyte. I tested well, it's not showing up for some reason. Well, the point is, I tested 192 gigabytes on the Crosshair Hero. It didn't work. It wasn't stable. So I copy-pasted my settings from my January video that works on ASRock Tai Chi and the Gigabyte Aorus Master, and that wasn't working on the Crosshair. So there's something about the ASUS BIOS. It can probably work, but it will require a lot of trial and error. I haven't gotten it to work, though. At least not at 6,000. You could try 5,600. 5,600, 128 might work. So I can tell you guys this. With memory, so let me just draw like a curve of difficulty, I guess. So let's say 128 gigabyte. 128 gigabyte speed difficulty curve. And because this is, all right, hold on, make this bold, I guess. So when the memory is 3600, it's very easy because that's supported. So this is easy. This is easy. This is actually guaranteed. So this is easy. Then we go to 4800. 4800 is easy. That will work. 5200. This is relatively easy. Relatively easy. So 5200 will work. 5600. Might work without manual tuning. 6,000 most likely requires manual tuning. So this gives you an idea of what to expect. So in terms of like a difficulty curve, these are all relatively simple. But then right around 56, it starts getting hard. And then right around 6,000, it gets significantly harder. See, and then you kind of hit a wall. You hit a wall. If you're doing 4 sticks of DDR5, you can see the difficulty curve for running 6,000 is much harder to do than 5,600. That simple drop in frequency to 5,600, or that increase in frequency from 56 to 6,000, is a significant jump in difficulty for the memory controller and the motherboard. But all three of these, obviously 36, like we'll ignore this because that will always work. This is a guaranteed spec for 128 gigs of RAM for both AMD and Intel. In fact, this is the official max speed. This is the maximum supported speed for DDR5 for this amount of memory on AMD and Intel. Oftentimes, nobody talks about Intel, and they forget about Intel having the exact same requirements. Both AMD and Intel, they only support officially 3600 megatransfers when you're running this much RAM. So 48 for both AMD and Intel, I can tell you, I've tested up to 192 gigabytes. 4800 is plug and play. It works on AMD, it works on Intel. You set it and forget it. It's 100% stable, and it always works. So that's why I say it's easy. 5200, this is where it's like, yes, it'll still work. And for most good motherboards, it'll work totally fine. You set it, and it works. On AMD, it works. On Intel, it most likely works if you're on 14th gen or the new Intel Core Ultra. If you're on 13th gen, it might have some challenges. If you're on 12th gen, this will not work. Alder Lake cannot do above 4800 with this much RAM. It has the weakest memory controller out of all the DDR5 platforms that I have tested. So my 12700K cannot do this with this much RAM. So, I mean, it's coming from me. I mean, I've tested all these configs, so I can speak to these. 5600. This does not work on the 13900K. Or at least it doesn't work on mine. It's not stable. So the highest I can go on 13900K is this at 128 gigs. AMD, I can get this to work. For me, on the older motherboard, it requires manual tuning. On the X870E Tai Chi, this was plug and play and it worked. But it's going to start becoming motherboard specific. So if you don't have a good motherboard, you might require manual tuning to get 5600 to work with this much RAM. But for most high-end boards, this is supposed to usually work relatively straightforward. You set it and it works. So, however, you get to 6,000, oh boy, this is where it's like you're climbing Mount Everest and all of a sudden the incline just went up dramatically. Your calf muscles can feel, if you've ever done hiking and you see the incline, like those high incline, that difficulty is going way up. That memory controller is doing some heavy lifting now if you try to do 6,000. And you hit a wall around 6,000. I've never been able to do 128 or 192 above 6,000 stable. So 6,000 is kind of like, so if we're comparing this to 2 sticks in terms of difficulty, for 2 sticks, 6,000 is kind of like this would be like running 8,400 on 2 sticks. To give people an idea of how hard this is like trying to run 8,400 48 gigabytes at 8,400 on your AM5 platform. That is how hard this is on the memory controller. Or just in general on everything. Like, that's kind of how hard it is. So 6,000 for 4 sticks is challenging. For dual rank, I should specify dual rank. Dual rank. What I am doing here, because people are probably going to be like, well, how come he managed to get it work? They're like, oh, how come he has 4 sticks of DDR5 and he doesn't have any problems? Well, The reason for that is because these are single rank DIMMs. These are 24 gigabyte DIMMs. 24 gigabyte DIMMs are single rank. They are significantly easier on the memory controller than a 32 gigabyte DIMM, because 32 gigabyte DIMMs are dual rank DIMMs. So it's like the difference between Goku training under 50 times Earth's normal gravity, and now when we do 128 gigs, now we're training under 100 times Earth's normal gravity. Just to give people an idea of how the challenge increases, going from a 24 gigabyte DIMM to a 32 gigabyte DIMM. So that's why for me, it's like, oh, I can show off 4 sticks of RAM, and oh, it's perfect. It's easy. I'm running 6,000. Well, that's because it's single rank DIMM. You try to do dual rank DIMMs, you're in a completely different world. You might as well be on a different planet in terms of the challenge. You can do 2 dual channels at 6K each. Yes, you can do that. And I've done that. I mean, all my other computers are doing that. So what most people will recommend is a kit like this. So something like this. A 96 gigabyte 2x48. This is what most people will tell anyone who's looking for like, like the most amount of RAM that is the most like trouble free. Now, obviously, this is a 5,600. You can get a 6,400 kit that does 96 gigs. I've covered this in my RAM videos. I have like videos. I even have the link to the specific RAM that I tested in the description of those videos. So, in general, I try to go for the lower voltages when possible. So try to look for like 1.35 volts if possible. That is what I would recommend. Because the RAM runs colder. Like this is like super expensive. That's 6,800, but that's like, whatever. What is this? King Bank. I've never heard of this. This is okay. Yeah, something like this. Although this is 1.4. See, the reason why I like the G skill, and I don't understand why I'm not able to find the G skill. Hold on, let's just sort by G skill, so I can show the memory that I'm talking about. DDR5, 48 gigabyte per module. There we go. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I personally use. So I have 2 of these, actually. So if you guys are wondering, like, okay, how did I test 192 gigabytes of RAM? It's because I have 2. I bought this kit twice. I have 2 of these. So I have 4 sticks of this type of RAM. And why do I like this one in particular? Because if I'm only running 2 sticks, I aim for 6,400. So I can do 96 gigabytes at 6,400, and it works. Now, if I can't do that because my CPU can't handle the 1-to-1 ratio, I can always drop this to 6,200, or I can drop it to 6,000 flat, and it works flawlessly. That's why I like this memory kit. The other reason why I really like this memory kit is because it's 1.35 volts. It's that secret 1.35 volts. So it runs so cold, I don't need to put active cooling on it because it's such a low voltage. Now, there's a big difference between CL32 and CL30. 6400 and CL32 is roughly the same as 6000 CL30. So if you want a problem-free memory kit that has very good performance, you can get a 6000 kit at CL30. Now, CL30 is much harder to do than CL32, so oftentimes those CL30 kits are going to be at 1.4 volts as opposed to 1.35 volts. I personally like 1.35 volts because I remember having a conversation with somebody from Samsung a few years ago about DDR5, and this was a Samsung engineer, by the way, and he told me at the time that you don't want the voltage, because I was asking him what are safe voltages for DDR5, and he told me that the spec is designed for 1.1 volt. He said that for overclocking, 1.25 is 24/7 good. Like, it's not going to damage the chips if you run 1.25. But he said 1.3 is okay. 1.35, you start getting into that gray area of maybe you're shortening the lifespan of the ICs ever so slightly. So I've always kind of used that as the rule of thumb. Like, okay, if I want my RAM to last me for like 5+ years, basically until DDR6, I don't really want to exceed 1.35 volts. So that's why I like 1.35 volts. That's kind of like secret insider knowledge. I don't know if I should even be saying that because this came directly from a DDR5 engineer, or it's just a memory engineer who worked at Samsung. But he told me 1.35, like, he would feel okay. Like, he wouldn't feel bad running DDR5 at 1.35 volts. But, you know, I said, what about if it's more? You know, like, what about 1.4? And he was like, he said, I personally wouldn't do it. So that's why I personally have always avoided the 1.4 and the 1.45 volt kits, because I don't know. Now it's like, okay, they got a warranty, so if they start dying, you can always RMA it. But, you know, who wants to deal with an RMA? Who wants to deal with the downtime, having to ship their memory, and then wait to get new ones, and then they could potentially have a computer that doesn't even work because they have to ship the memory, they don't have a backup, you know, so stuff like that, I would rather just not do that. So that's the reason why I've been a very big advocate for 1.35 volt for high performance RAM. And that's the reason why, like, if I'm recommending a lot of memory, so like 96 gigs, this is my go-to, because this does 6400 96 capacity at 1.35. And then likewise for the 8000 kit that I use, currently what I'm using in this build right here, so this stuff that you see on the screen, these also run at 1.35 volts, but these memory modules, if you're running 2 of them, these sticks can go all the way to 8000 at 1.35 volts. That's why I call them the magic memory, because this memory is such a good bin that it can literally overclock to 8000 and do that at 1.35. I don't need 1.4. I don't need 1.45. No, I can do 1.35 and I can do 8000 100% stable with my 2 sticks, 48 gigs total. So that's why this is my go-to RAM. The memory that I put in the Godlike, I use it for a reason. I use it to show we can do 4 sticks at 6000 and get really good performance across 4 sticks of RAM. Or we can go 2 sticks of memory and we can crank it up to 8000 and do this at 1.35 volts. So this memory, if you guys are curious what this magic memory is that I'm using, it is in the description of the video. In fact, the other alternative 6000 kit is also in the description. So the link, if you guys want to see this RAM that's on the screen right now, you want to see the Newegg listing for it or the Amazon listing for it, check the description of this live stream and you'll see it. Look in the live stream where it says recommended DDR5 8000 kit. That is what I call the magic memory, because that memory does 8000 at 1.35 volts. And let me tell you, that RAM does not run hot at all. It runs cold, even when it's cranked that high. So the Neo one is good too, if you can find the Neo one. Because the Neo one gives you the full documentation on the memory timings, the full preset. Because AMD Expo is supposed to publicly list the entire kit. I do. That's a good question about the QVL list. Yeah, generally I do reference the QVL. I try to get memory that's on the QVL. So for example, if we're talking about the Hero from Asus, so let's look at the Hero, just to use this as an example. So you go here. For those of you who don't know what the QVL is, if you're building... Oh, I'm blocking the view. Great. So if you guys are building your first PC or you haven't done this in a while, QVL stands for Qualified Vendor List. To get to it, you go to your motherboard product page. So in this case, the ROG Crosshair X870E Hero. You will click on support. Not the one up here. You do not click on the big support up here. You click on the support on the sub menu. So you click on support. You click on CPU. It's gonna depend on your motherboard brand. In this case, we're looking at an Asus. CPU memory support. And then here you can see all the supported CPUs. But we want to look at memory. So we click on memory. This is going to give us all the different RAM kits that are officially supported by Asus. What this means is somebody, somewhere at Asus, they hand tested. Well, maybe they didn't do it by hand. Maybe they have some kind of machine that plugs in and unplugs the RAM. But they verified the data. So they did like, I don't know, Y cruncher scripting or whatever they did to test the stability. But they verified that these memory kits work with this motherboard. So for example, the very first one, funnily enough, the very first one is the Magic Memory Kit that I recommend in the description of this video. SK Hynix, it's G-Skill, Trident Z5. I think this is the Royal Edition, but either way, it's the same stuff. It's the Magic 8000 kit. You guys can see it here. Let's zoom in a little bit. So it's 8000, and it does it at 1.35 volts. So funnily enough, Asus has my Magic Memory Kit, or some variant of it, on their QVL. You also want to check by processor series. I forgot to mention that. So we want to check Ryzen 9000, and it looks like they have not updated it. So they've only certified up to 6800 on 9000 series. Let me go 8000. 8000, wow. They are certifying a G-Skill Expo 9000 memory kit. This runs at 9000. But the voltage is 1.45, so it's very high voltage. So if you're going to run, like for example, if you want to use this memory kit, you need to have active cooling. You need to have a fan blowing air directly on your memory. You do not want memory running at 1.45 as a daily driver. Otherwise, you're going to slowly deteriorate the RAM. So you're going to shorten the lifespan if you're running voltage this high without active cooling. You can run the voltage this high, you just need active cooling. So yeah, Asus has not really updated the page for the 9000 series. They've only tested up to 6800. It looks like that's the case here. But on 7000 series, they have certified my Magic Memory. And typically, 9000 series has a slightly better revised... I mean, it's still the same I/O die, but there's some subset of the firmware which is a little bit better. So in general, if it works on 7000, it also works on 9000. So just speaking from experience here. But that's Asus. Let's look at another motherboard. Let's look at the Aorus Master. So for those of you that are going to get a Gigabyte Aorus Master or any sort of Gigabyte board, same deal. You go to their page. You click on the sub-menu support, not up here. You click down here on support. You go to... Gigabyte is very simple. It's like you want to see memory support, you click memory support. And then they give you the full table. So, they default to 9000 series. They do that because we're looking at an X870E, which is meant to go with a 9000 series. They have certified up to 8400. So that one kit that RK Benchmarker let me borrow for the Tai Chi and the Tomahawk, that kit is certified by Gigabyte to work at the advertised speed of 8400 on a 9000 series CPU. So yeah, in general, you can use the QVL list to determine like what's a good recommended memory kit to go with. Let's see. X870E Carbon. So with MSI, it's going to be exactly the same. Once again, you click on the support on the sub menu. Never click the support up here. This is if you want to open an RMA or you want to open a support ticket. So you go to support down here. And we're going to look for... So MSI is probably a little bit more challenging if you're not familiar with this stuff. You click on compatibility. And then they bring a sub menu for CPU, memory, graphics cards, and storage. So we're going to go to memory. And sure enough, there it is. So we want to go by 9,000. They have certified up to 8,400. So they have tested the Predator series up to 84. Clev, Bwin. Let's see. They probably have some G-Skill stuff in here at some point. I don't know. Let's do. Is there a way to like G-Skill? G-Skill 8000. Oh, but it's a 1.4. It's a different one. So MSI has not tested the Magic memory. The 1.35 volt 8000 kit. They have not tested it. At least not for the Carbon. Maybe for the 7000 series, though. 7000 series. G-Skill. No, they have not. Wow. So MSI tops out at 7,800 on the Carbon for the 7,000 series. What about 8,000 series? 8,000 they're doing... Okay, so they've tested up to 8,000 on 8,000. They've tested up to 8,400 on 9,000. So, but not necessarily the brand that I was looking for. But anyway, that gives you an idea of how they do this. What is the best overclocker motherboard that isn't the Godlike or Hero? So either the Taichi Aorus Master or the Carbon. Or the Strix-E. Yeah, the Strix-E as well. So if you guys are looking for overclocker motherboards, actually no, you want to get a 2-DIMM motherboard. X870 Strix. X870. You're looking for a real overclocker board? Man, what was that 2-DIMM motherboard from Asus? Asus X870 Strix? What is it? MATX? Or was it ITX? I think it was ITX. ITX. It's an ITX. I don't know where it is. Oh, wait, this? Oh, no, that's old. What? Well, okay, not counting that one because I can't find it right now. I know it exists. I don't know where. It's not showing up on Newegg's site. Okay, not counting that one. There is, so... And you said, okay, Carbon. Well, I don't know about memory. Okay, Carbon has certified up to 84. So Carbon is good. Master is good. So you want overclocker boards? Let's talk overclocker boards. All right, let's get rid of this. Best overclocker boards that aren't Hero or Godlike. So you're asking what I recommend. Okay, what I recommend is either going to be X870E Carbon, X870 Aorus Master, or X870E-E Strix. The Strix-E. And, oh, I forgot one. X870E Taichi. There. Those are, and guess what? They're all in that $500 price point. The -E. The -E Strix. So these are basically the flagship boards. Well, they're not the true flagship because we got other true flagship. So this is what I call flagship. But there's also true flagship. True. So it's kind of lame because motherboards have gotten so expensive now. So there's the flagship and there's also the true flagship. So true flagship is Godlike, Extreme, AI, Top, Hero, Crosshair Hero, and Well, ASRock doesn't have one that goes that high. They're not charging that much money. So they're the only ones that are not overcharging. I mean, okay, maybe the Aqua, if it existed, or OCF, if they had one, but they don't have one for X870E, at least not right now. So yeah, typically $500 is where it tops out. If you're paying more than $500 for a motherboard, you better be buying it for some very, very specific niche use case. Like, I bought the Godlike for a very, very specific niche case. I bought it because I need a dedicated X4 slot. The Hero did not have that. And I can still run a second GPU and also use a capture card in the X4 slot. I can do that on the Godlike. I cannot do that on the Hero. The Hero has that weird Slim SAS, and I have done a video about how to use the Slim SAS, but I would rather not introduce the complexity of the Slim SAS. So what I ended up doing with the Hero is, and this is the TLDR on that video about the Slim SAS on Hero, is I basically have an M.2 connected to the Slim SAS via a U.2 adapter. So I'm getting 4 M.2s on the Hero with no lane sharing. That's basically what it boils down to. But anyway, the Godlike is very niche because you literally, like, you don't have to think about, oh, can I do this or not? You can just do it with the Godlike. It just supports it. But anyway, that's what a true flagship is. But most people don't really need these. They're kind of like complete overkill. They'll never use the full potential of these motherboards. So what you can do on these, you can also do on all of these, which is why these are kind of irrelevant for most people. Like, for example, external clock generator. All of these motherboards have the external clock generator. You don't have to pay more than $500. In fact, in the case of the Tai Chi, you don't even have to pay more than $450 for B clock overclocking. So that's another thing. Meaning these motherboards have nothing in terms of overclocking value add that these motherboards don't already offer. It's the Crosshair Extreme for AMD. It doesn't exist this generation. It exists on previous generation. But yeah, what you're talking about... Okay, technically, hold on, guys. Yeah. We need to break this up, actually, into a different category. So there's actually 2 categories. There's true flagship, and then there's, like, ultra flagship, or I guess ultimate flagship. There's actually 2 different categories. I forgot about that. So here we have the Ace, the Extreme AI Top, and the Hero, and I guess this would be the Aqua. I'm not sure if it existed this generation. Then Ultimate Flagship. Ultimate Flagship is most likely something that most people will ignore. Godlike. Nothing from Gigabyte. And Extreme from Asus. And nothing from ASRock. So these are the brands. This is MSI. This is Gigabyte. This is Asus. This is ASRock. There you go. So there's flagship, true flagship, and ultimate flagship. Yeah, Aqua's here. So, because X870E is more of a revision to X670E, that is why we don't see some of these. So, for example, Ace is missing, Aqua is missing, Extreme is missing. So some of these are missing. But if you go look at X670E, you will find that there is an X670E Crosshair Extreme. You will find that there is an X670E Ace. There was an Extreme from Gigabyte. We covered those motherboards 2 years ago. I've talked in depth about the Asus Crosshair Extreme. Many, many times we talked about this motherboard because a lot of people kept asking me to derive the $1,000 motherboard's block diagram because Asus didn't provide that publicly. So I had to draw this one out. I remember there's like 3 or 4 videos. There's 2 live streams and there's like 1 video or maybe even 2 separate videos that show I derived the block diagram of the X670E Extreme. This was the ultimate flagship. The ultimate flagship from Asus 2 years ago. The ROG, the Republic of Gamers Crosshair X670E Extreme. This was the $1,000 motherboard flagship. And this motherboard can do everything. It had it all. Basically, the new Godlike from MSI, the way I see it, the Godlike from MSI today is basically very similar to the 2-year-old Crosshair Extreme. Could they release those anytime soon? Maybe at CES. Maybe. I don't know. There are rumors about an Ace. But the thing is, this motherboard is discontinued. Asus doesn't make these anymore because these are from 2 years ago. These were meant to go with Ryzen 7000. So I don't know if Asus is going to do an Extreme again for X870. I wouldn't expect them to. Because like I said earlier, this is more... X870E is like a revised version of X... This website is just like crazy. What is it doing, man? I'm like scrolling it. It's like scrolling back and forth again. Basically, this motherboard is the flagship. This is the ultimate flagship. This is ultimate flagship from Asus for X670E. Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed that there's no X870E version. Maybe they'll come out with something just because the 9800 X3D is super popular, or just the X3D CPUs are just super popular. So maybe they might consider something, but I don't know. I wouldn't expect it. The point is, this is basically the same as the Godlike, though, because it has the X16 Gen 5 at the top, just like the Godlike. The second slot is an X8 slot that takes lanes from the top slot, just like the Godlike. And then the bottom slot is an open X4, just like the Godlike. So MSI basically copied the Extreme from Asus when they made this new Godlike. But yeah, this is an ultimate flagship. So going back to what we were talking about earlier, the... so here we go. So yeah, so pretty much this equates to the we'll just say $499. This is like the $500 price point. This is typically the $699. This is the $700 price point. And this is the $1,000 plus tier up here. Just to give people an idea of what the price tags are on these. So like I said earlier, most people, $500 is the top. Like you spend $500, you get all the overclocking tools, including the external clock generator. You get pretty much everything that most people would ever need a motherboard to provide. You step up to $700, what are you getting? You start getting fancy gimmicks like a RGB Wi-Fi antenna from the Gigabyte AI top. Or you get like built-in custom loop liquid hard tubing integrated into the VRM heatsink on the Aqua from ASRock, for example. Or you get a dedicated X4 Gen 5 slot at the bottom of the motherboard on the Ace. Or you get USB 4 without as media's chip, like way before people could even get USB 4 on AMD with the Hero. So all of them offer some kind of rare niche feature that the $500 motherboards don't offer. And then Ultimate Flagship, you get even more gimmicks, like a fancy screen that has your CPU temperatures and stuff, like on the Godlike. We can see that my CPU is currently running at 43 degrees Celsius, and my chipset is running at 48 degrees Celsius. So you guys can see that, like that's coming from the motherboard. I can also see from looking at the screen that my CPU fan is running at 916 RPM. My 360 AIO, the pump is running at 3100 RPM, and my voltage is like 1.2 volts. I think that's the V-core. So you get gimmicks like this LCD screen that tells you fancy things about, your computer. That's what you get on an Ultimate Flagship. You don't get stuff like that on the lower end or the lower priced motherboards. So yeah. Do I like the screen? Yeah, I like the screen. Why would I not like the screen? If I pay all the money for the motherboard for the gimmicks better add some kind of value. Otherwise, what's the point? Do you think lane sharing, does $500 get you a backplate? It depends. That's a great question. That's a great question. So, how much money do you have to spend to get a backplate? The Tai Chi has a backplate. So you can spend $450 and get an ASRock board that gives you a backplate. In fact, you can spend $350 on a ASRock X870E Nova and it gets you a backplate. But only the Nova does that, hence why the Nova's S+. Carbon, no backplate. Aorus Master, no backplate. However, the previous generation, the X670E Aorus Master, the one that I have, my Aorus Master from 2 years ago, that one was a $500 motherboard that did have a backplate. But the new one, no backplate. The Dash E Strix, no backplate. Tai Chi, yes, it has a backplate. So there you go. And it's $50 cheaper than the other three. This has a backplate. Ace, backplate. AI Top, backplate. Hero, the new Hero has a backplate. Aqua, I assume it had a backplate, considering that all of these have backplates. Godlike has a backplate. Extreme has a backplate. So in general, most vendors charge $700 for a backplate, except for ASRock. ASRock's the only one that goes above and beyond and provides a backplate, even on a $350 Nova. So, I mean, ASRock, if you want value, ASRock is the value king. For sure. ASRock is providing insane value. Steel Legend, no backplate. So, okay, so we are only talking about X870E. X870E. X870 does not have a backplate. There are no X870 motherboards that offer a backplate. If you want a backplate, you have to step up to X870E. No X870 has backplates. Only X870E. X870E is the dual chipset. X870 is the lower end single chipset. Do you think lane sharing for PCIe 5 will affect the top end GPU? No, it won't. Well, okay, for the Gen 4s, yes. The Gen 5s, probably not. It's just too much bandwidth. Gen 5 is just too much bandwidth. So all this stuff about lane sharing, yeah, I understand a lot of people are concerned about lane sharing. The reality is the Gen 5 GPUs have so much bandwidth. Gen 5 in general has so much bandwidth that running a GPU, a Gen 5 GPU, like an RTX 5080, for example, or a Radeon 8800X TX, or whatever the AMD one's going to be called, those GPUs can run at X8, and X8 Gen 5 is the same amount of bandwidth as 16 Gen 4. So let's look at this. PCIe X16. Or let's do PCIe 5.0 X16. PCIe 5.0. Well, let's just do PCIe 5.0 X16, X8, X4, X2, X1. So now we do the exact same thing. PCIe 4.0 X16, X8, X4, X2, X1. Let's do PCIe Gen 3. PCIe 3.0 X16, X8, X4, X2, X1. So now we won't go to 2.0 and 1.0 because those are too old. So PCIe 3.0 was 2012. 2012 with Intel's Z77. PCIe Gen 4 was first introduced by AMD in the year of 2019 with the X570 for the Zen 2. Ryzen 3000 was the first CPU generation in the world to provide PCIe Gen 4. PCIe 5.0 was first introduced by Intel in late 2021 with the launch of the 12th gen Alder Lake. Those were the Z690 were the first motherboards to provide PCIe Gen 5 capable graphics card slots. So this is some history on how old this technology is. So now, let's talk about lane sharing. So if you have a let's do Gen 4. So let's say you have an RTX 4070. Let's say someone has RTX 40. Let's just do RTX 48. How do I want to do this? Okay, let's do it this way. Yeah. RTX 4070. Let's say somebody has RTX 4070. RTX 4070 is PCIe 4.0 X16. This is RTX 4070. So where does this line up? Ideally, you want this. If you plug this into a Gen 5 slot that has 16 lanes, this will run at PCIe Gen 4 X16. Always, no matter what. It will never do Gen 5 because the GPU is only capable of Gen 4. Even if the motherboard supports Gen 5, it will never provide Gen 5 speed because they'll talk to each other and the motherboard's like, okay, do you support Gen 5? No, I don't. So, okay, now, do you support Gen 4? Yes, I do. Yes, okay, you will run at this speed. That is what the motherboard does. So even if you buy a motherboard that has a Gen 5 slot, if you plug a Gen 4 GPU, you will only get Gen 4 speeds. Yes, like a handshake. That's exactly what it is. So now let's talk about lane sharing. Let's talk about the dreaded lane sharing. So let's say you have a Hero from Asus, a $700 Hero. You buy a $700 ROG X870E Hero. This motherboard has It has an X16. It has an X16 right here, and it has an X8 down here. It only has those two slots. When you populate the second slot with anything, it doesn't matter what it is. It could be a sound card. You plug a sound card in here that needs one lane. That will automatically drop the top slot to X8 speed, which means the maximum speed, if you're using the second slot, the maximum speed to the GPU will be Gen 5 X8, no matter what. It's stuck at X8. So now we have an RTX 4070. We plug this into the top slot. Again, it says, the motherboard's like, do you support Gen 5? No. Do you support Gen 4? Yes. Okay, now you will run at Gen 4 X8. So now we have cut the bandwidth of this guy in half. So now he's running at X8. For most people, this is not that big of a deal. Now let's go a little bit further. Let's say somebody has an RTX 2080 Ti. If someone has an RTX 2080 Ti and they're like, oh man, this thing is so good, it's a wonderful GPU. So now they plug this in, and remember, that sound card is still in the second slot of the Hero. So now the Hero from Asus, hello 2080 Ti, do you support Gen 5? No, I don't know what that is. Do you support Gen 4? No, I don't know what that is. Do you support Gen 3? Yes, I know what Gen 3 is. Okay, you are a 2080 Ti. You will run at Gen 3 X8. Now we're starting to get into a performance problem. So are you noticing the trend here? A 2080 Ti is going to get bottlenecked because it's only Gen 3. It's going to have 8 lanes of Gen 3. 8 lanes of Gen 3 is equal to 4 lanes of Gen 4. These are equal. These are equal to each other. 4 lanes of Gen 4 equals 8 lanes of Gen 2. But here's where it gets crazy. 2 lanes of Gen 5 is equal to 4 lanes of Gen 4, which means 2 lanes of Gen 5 is equal to 8 lanes of Gen 3. So do you see how Gen 5 has so much bandwidth? Just 2 lanes of Gen 5 is enough to equal 8 lanes of Gen 3. Let's take this one step further. 16 lanes of Gen 3 is equal to 8 lanes of Gen 4. But 8 lanes of Gen 4 is equal to only 4 lanes of Gen 5. So, the Ace from MSI, we were talking about true flagships and ultimate flagships. The MSI X670E Ace was a true flagship from the previous generation of motherboards. But do you know what that motherboard offered? That motherboard offered a Gen 5 X4 dedicated slot at the bottom of the motherboard. That tiny little X4 slot on the Ace is giving you the same amount of bandwidth of a full 16 Gen 3. So keep that in mind. That's a lot of bandwidth on a small little 4-lane slot. And that is kind of a gimmick, But that is why those motherboards are like $700. So, now let's talk about the 50 series, or the new Gen 5 GPUs. So now, let's say we have a, we can probably delete all of this. So let's say we have now, let's remove this guy, RTX 5080. The 5080. So now we plug this in. We upgrade from the 2080 Ti, which was only running at 8 lanes of Gen 3, which was equal to 4 lanes of Gen 4, which was only equal to 2 lanes of Gen 5. So now we plug this in, and the motherboard, the Asus Hero, is like, do you speak Gen 5? Yes. Okay, so now he's like, okay, you will run at 8 lanes. Because the sound card's still in there. But guess what? 8 lanes is equal to 16 lanes of Gen 4. Which means the theoretical bandwidth of a 5080 running at 8 lanes is equal to a 4080, the bandwidth on a 4080 running at full 16 lanes of Gen 4. So keep that in mind. This is the reason why a lot of these new motherboards, even though a lot of these new motherboards have lane sharing, it's a big nothing burger when it comes to the 50 series. No one's going to care about the lane sharing a year from now once the 50 series is out in the market. Because a 50 series card running at 8 lanes is still the same amount of bandwidth as a 40 series card running at a full 16 Gen 4. So that I hope that answers that. So at the end of the day, for those of you that are shopping for these motherboards and you're like, oh, is it okay if I get the Aorus Master? It's totally fine. It's totally fine. Yes, it has lane sharing, but with a newer graphics card, nobody cares. Adriano, thanks for the sub. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, so don't worry too much about it. It's like, it's nice to know, like, if you buy, like, for example, the Tai Chi, the Godlike, the Aorus Extreme AI Top, these 3 motherboards on this list, they don't have the GPU lane sharing with SSDs. Which means you can populate all the M.2 drives on the motherboard, and these 3 boards are still going to run it at X16. But, like I said just a second ago, next year, once 50 series comes out, once the new RDNA 4 comes out, we're assuming that those are Gen 5 GPUs. So no one really cares about lane sharing because, like I said, a Gen 5 GPU, even if it's only at 8 lanes, is still equal to a Gen 4 GPU running at full 16 lanes. And that is a lot of bandwidth. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's like, yeah, these motherboards, they don't have any lane sharing, but, you know, whatever. Like, these guys have lane sharing. This has lane sharing. But whatever, you know, like, who cares? It's like, as long as you're on a Gen 5 GPU, it doesn't really matter. It only impacts people who are on older graphics cards. And that is the reason why I wanted to illustrate this point using an old GPU, like the RTX 2080 Ti. The same can be said for the 1080 Ti. These GPUs are only Gen 3 GPUs. So these GPUs aren't going to suffer from a bottleneck. But they're so old that they're already underperforming today, even when they're at full 16 lanes. So that's why, at the end of the day, guys, it's not a big deal if you buy a motherboard with lane sharing. Don't worry about it. It's not really going to make much of a deal as time goes by and you do a GPU upgrade. How important are power stages for motherboards? Are they mostly for overclocking. Yeah, they're mostly for overclocking. I wouldn't worry about the VRMs. The VRM quality on all these boards are so overkill. The AMD CPUs are so energy efficient. The VRM is like complete overkill. Do you have any idea when the Aorus Extreme AI top will be released? It's supposed to be out. It's in circulation. What I can tell you is that it is in circulation through the distribution channel. So I would expect to see the AI top show up in the next few weeks. It is circulating. It's out there. I haven't seen it in the stores yet, but it is going to show up very soon. Within the next few weeks. By the end of the year, we should actually see it. The Godlike just launched last week. The AI top is probably going to be within the next 3 weeks or so. What is my best pick? X870E. I mean, like overall? Overall? Or like, is there a certain criteria for that? Or are you like best pick from the $500 category, best pick from the $700, best pick from the one? Well, technically, there's only one ultimate flagship because the Extreme doesn't exist on X870E. So technically, for this category, the de facto winner is the Godlike because there's no competition there. For the $700, there's no Aqua and there's currently no Ace. So there's really only two choices, and I've only evaluated one of them. So the Hero would just default win for me because I don't have an Extreme AI top. But the AI top from Gigabyte will rival the Hero. Some of the things that this offers that the Hero does not offer, this offers dual 10 gig LAN, for example. The Hero only has 5 gig and 2.5 gig LAN. So the AI top beats it in networking capability with the dual 10 gig. Overall, I think the Hero gives more options for expandability in terms of like storage options. It has the Slim SAS connector. The AI top does not have the Slim SAS. So it really just comes down to your like what you actually need from the motherboard more than anything. For this has a RGB Wi-Fi antenna. The Hero does not have that. So I mean, but both of them have backplates. So you know it's gonna be an interesting battle between the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme AI top versus the Asus Crosshair Hero. I think those will go head to head a lot. They're going to be similar in price, and they offer similar feature sets in terms of connectivity. Hero has lane sharing. AI top does not have lane sharing. So if you care about lane sharing, the AI top just default wins in that category. So there's stuff like that. And then moving down to the $500 category. This is an interesting one because I personally have only used the Taichi. I have no experience with any of these other three. So you're going to get a biased opinion from me because I've only used one of them. And the Taichi is an excellent motherboard. It has no lane sharing. It has a full backplate. None of these other motherboards include a backplate. And the Taichi's $50 cheaper. But the Taichi is an extended ATX. So it is a wider and physically larger motherboard than these other three. So, but some people like the extended ATX because it's more metal. There's more heatsink volume. There's more surface area. So the Taichi, they see that as a pro instead of a con, even though it's a larger motherboard. So yeah, the Taichi is very, very good. And I will say the Taichi can do 192 gigabytes of RAM. Taichi can do 192 gigabytes. That's 4 sticks, full capacity at 6,000. So just keep that in mind. The Taichi, if you need a lot of memory and you don't need it to run super, super fast, the Taichi is also a very good choice for that reason. It may not do the best with 2 sticks of memory at high speed, but it can do a lot of memory at like 6,000. So, which I think is more impressive, to be honest. Because I care more about capacity more than speed. So, but again, like, you know, I'm making this sound so biased because I haven't. The main reason why I'm telling you that is because I haven't tested these other three. Like, if I had these to test, I might give you a different answer. But with only access to the Tai Chi, from what I've used, Tai Chi's great. It does come with a lot of, like, cool add-ons, too. Like, it comes with this really nice ARGB splitter cable, an extension cable. I don't know if the others have that. What do you mean for the 6400? No, 6400 RAM cannot overclock to 8000. But you can take 8000 RAM and run it at 6400. No, you cannot do 4 sticks at 8000 on any motherboard. Regardless of whether it's AMD or Intel, you cannot do 4 sticks of DDR5 at 8000. The signal quality is too low. It's too messy. There's too much guessing. You can, so 4 sticks caps out around 6000. 6400 8i sticks can do 8000, not 4 sticks. You can do that with 2 sticks. You can't do that with 4. We're talking about 4 sticks. I assume we're talking about 4 sticks of DDR5. Because that's what I'm running right now. I'm running this at 6000. No. I assume the answer on that is no. You can overclock A die to 8000. You cannot overclock 4 sticks of A die to 8000. If 8000 is at 40, does the latency go down? If you run a higher clocked RAM? Yeah, it's faster. 8000 CL40 is faster than 6000 CL30. Or CL32. Or 6400 CL32. Four sticks at 6400? No. 4 sticks can do 6000. It also depends if we're talking dual rank or single rank. Single rank, maybe 64 works. I have not tested that. 63 and FCLK 2100. Can you run 8000 CL40 at 6000? Yes, you can. That's what we're doing right now. Okay, so for those of you that don't know, like, just to clarify something, what you see on the screen is the computer that I'm streaming from literally right now. So this is the computer that I'm streaming from. This is the MSI X870E Godlike. This thing has 4 sticks of DDR5. We are running the RAM at 6000. So, this RAM is originally 8000 capable. So this is a DDR5 8000 kit. If you want to know the exact memory that I'm running, look at the link in the description of this video, of this live stream. If you open the description of the live stream and you look up where it says recommended DDR5, you will find an 8000 DDR5 kit. What I have done is I have taken 2 of those kits. I have 2 of these 8000 kits, and I put them all in this motherboard, and we're running it at 6000. So the question earlier about, oh, can you take 8000 CL40 and run it at 6000 CL30? Yes, that is exactly what I'm doing. And we're doing 4 sticks at 6000. My sticks are not 6400. My sticks are 8000 running at 6000. With 4 sticks. Like I said, look at the description of this video and you will see there is a product listing for DDR5 8000. These are 24 gigabyte DIMMs. Can you do 232 at 8000? No. There are currently no dual rank DIMMs that clock to 8000. If there were, I would be running them right now. 64. Oh, you're talking about. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, I see the question. Yes, I misread that. Yes, you can say you're looking at the wrong one. Scroll down further. It's underneath that one. That's the 96 gigabyte kit. Look further down in the video and you'll see it. Hold on. So for the question, I know what you were asking. 2 32 gig kits. You can do the exact same thing that I'm doing with that. Yes, you can do that. You can take 4 16 gig DIMMs, and you can run that just like I'm doing that. That will work. Yes. Can I try them at 63 just to see what happens? I mean, I can try to test that. We're not going to test it on stream because that's going to require me to go into the BIOS, and that will end the live stream because if I restart the computer, I'm not streaming anymore. So, is there an Expo profile for 6000 or do you manually tune it? I manually set it. So, for those of you that did not catch the live stream yesterday, I built this computer live. And I showed exactly what I did in the BIOS. We were showing the entire BIOS settings yesterday. Crystal, thanks for the sub. Yeah, so if you go back and watch the live stream from yesterday, you will see how I built this computer. And you will see exactly what I did in the BIOS to get it to work like this. Basically, what I did is I manually set... I did not load Expo or XMP. You do not load Expo or XMP. You manually set the speed to 6000, and then you manually set the primary timings, and you manually set the voltage, and then that's how it works. The motherboard BIOS will automatically train the memory to the correct speeds. Like the sub timings. And you can further tune those if you want. Like if you want to type in all the like specific memory. This is the reason why I recommend people buy Expo. If you buy Expo, you can either see the entire profile on the vendor's website, or you can email the vendor who made that Expo kit and have them send you the PDF file with all the subtimings. AMD mandated for Expo that all of the profile, the SPD profile, needs to be publicly available to the customers. This is different from XMP. If you buy XMP memory, there is no obligation from the manufacturer to provide you the full documentation on the kit. This is the reason why I recommend people buy Expo. Regardless of whether they're doing this for an AMD computer or an Intel computer, I recommend Expo. Now, we're only now starting to see Expo kits that are rated for 8000, and we're also starting to see some more 98 gigabyte kits, 96 gigabyte kits, so 2x48 that are Expo rated. In the past, everything has been XMP, and that's the reason why the memory in the video is XMP memory. But in general, I recommend Expo. The one exception are the memory kits that I am linking in the video because I have tested these XMP kits and they work really good. Will my Intel XMP? Yes, of course it will. What do you think I'm using? This memory right here is Intel XMP memory. Just FYI. And it works flawlessly. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference. For those of you that built an AM4 computer in the past, your memory is XMP memory. There was no Expo on DDR4. Why use XMP over Expo? Because the kit that I'm using was the very first 8000 kit that can do 8000 at 1.35 volts. Because I want the lowest voltage possible at the highest speed. And it just so happens that this Intel XMP memory kit that I have does that. That's why. But we're starting to see more and more newer Expo kits show up, which is a good sign. You bought the 6448 gigabyte sticks because it has 1.35. Yeah, exactly. I have the exact same kits. Those are my other computer. Guys, the memory that I'm linking in the video, I have that memory. I've showcased that memory in videos on the channel. So if you're new to the channel, I recommend you check out my DDR5 overclocking videos. There's a lot of stuff in there, whether we're talking 192 gigabytes, 48 gigabytes at 8,000, 4 sticks of RAM, whatever. Like, there's a lot of videos, and in those videos, there's only 2 memory kits that I'm showing. I'm either doing 2x48 at 6400, those sticks, or I'm doing the 2x24, so 48 gigabyte total at 8,000, or we're doing stuff with like 4 sticks of memory, like what we're doing here. Which has the thickest copper PCB? The motherboard that I'm using, the Godlike. It has 10 layers. It's the only one that has 10 layers. Everything else has less. Would you not recommend Expo over XMP now? No, I recommend Expo. So unless you're choosing the memory kits that I have validated, I recommend Expo. So if you're not going to buy the memory kits that I am recommending, make sure you get an Expo kit. That is my recommendation. For gaming, I prefer 8,000. That's a good question. 8,000 definitely. But you have to have a good motherboard if you want to run your RAM at 8,000. How beneficial is a RAM with more than 6,000? It's still better. But only 8,000 though matters. The other speeds, so anything from 6,000 to 8,000, or I guess we should say like anything from like 6,200 or 6,400 up to 8,000 doesn't matter. So all those 7,200, 7,600, 6,800, ignore all of those. Like if you're going to go high speed, you go 8,000 for several reasons. But I'm not going to go into that in this stream because I'm just going to repeat myself for the viewers that have been watching my streams for a long time. Go watch my videos on the DDR5 8000 and you will understand why 8,000 matters. Or 8,000 is really the only thing that matters. So, like, really, there's only 2 speeds that actually matter. 6,000 or 8,000. Nothing else in between really matters. It's like, yeah, you can do 64 if you're lucky, but it's not guaranteed because you're playing Silicon Lottery versus you can just do 6,000 and it works on everything. Or you can do 8,000 provided you have a proper memory kit and you have a good motherboard. The CPU doesn't matter for 8,000. The things that matter for 8,000 are the motherboard and the actual memory kit needs to be able to do 8,000 reliably. The CPU might matter, but it's extremely rare to see a CPU that can't do 8,000. The PCB layers matter the most for 8,000. Do you know why? A lot of people don't understand the reason why. Because when you run your RAM at 6,000, there is something called the eye diagram. The eye diagram. Basically, how clear is the shape of the eye? Oh wow, the chat is literally like right on top of my image. Okay, so the eye diagram. There's this thing called the eye diagram. And it looks something like this. It almost looks like a DNA winding. This is the eye. So imagine like this is an eye. So we have like eyelashes or whatever. You know, this is the iris, this is the pupil, whatever, like this is the pupil. This is an eyeball, right? Okay, I'm terrible at drawing. So think of it like there's an eye looking. It's looking. When you have your RAM running at 6,000, the eye shape is very clear. It is very easy to distinguish the shape of the eye. But when you run the RAM at 8,000, the eye diagram is noisier. It's fuzzier. It's blurrier. It's harder to distinguish the shape of the eye. When you have a high quality motherboard. The wires are so crystal clear. Think of it like a good antenna for a radio. Signal strength. How much static do you hear with a bad antenna for a radio? When you have a good antenna, you get crystal clear, high fidelity signal. And what creates this, or what allows this? The quality of the motherboard. That is the reason why. Because when you have the CPU and you have the memory chips, the memory modules, over here you have the memory. Whether you're doing 4 sticks or 2 sticks, doesn't really matter. The trace wires that connect from the CPU, memory controller, to the memory, these physical wires, if we zoom in, we will see the shape of the eye and how clear this is on the wire traces of the motherboard. So in a nutshell, that is a quick lesson on why the motherboard matters if you want to run your RAM at 8000. CUDIM will probably not make much of a difference. I would not wait for CUDIM. From what I have seen with the current CUDIM, it's not worth it. You have to wait for that technology to mature and come down in price for it to actually make a difference. So just wait. CUDIMs might be... Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, CUDIMs might. It's a big might. Yes, all caps. I wouldn't wait on those overclocking boards. Unless you're really, really wanting to do overclocking, there already is a... man, what was that motherboard? There is a motherboard for overclocking. I don't know where it is, though. Like, it's always out of stock. Asus has one, a new one. This one right here. ROG Strix X870-I. The -I, this is an overclocker's board because it has the dual, like it's only a 2-DIMM ITX. It has the really, really thick Gen 5 heatsink. So, I mean, this one, sort of, I mean, I guess if you want to do the overclocking with 2-DIMM, like if you're trying to do the memory, like maxed out, maybe get this. But otherwise, I don't know if it's even worth bothering with this. Just get, I mean, if you're never ever going to use 4 sticks of RAM ever, then maybe get something like this. But I feel like you're just going to limit yourself in terms of the motherboard. Unless you don't care about all the extra PCIe and stuff and M.2 and things like that. You would need to look for that. You would need to look for the memory then. Hold on. You want the highest? What are you looking for? Like, you're probably looking for like a 128 gig kit then. I mean, that's not going to be easy to do though. Like, that's going to probably require manual tuning. Even if the kit claims to be plug and play. So that's probably going to be something like... Hold on. This is DDR4. Why is it giving me DDR4 when I specify DDR5? Yeah, I just don't see any DDR5 4-stick kits that are, at least none of them are going to go at very high speed. Corsair did have one, but it was like 4800 or 5200 or something. Yeah, I don't think this is 10 layers. I think this is 8 layers. I have no idea, though. I don't know. You'd have to do some research on this. But see, like, I hope you guys that are asking about this type of motherboard are really only doing this for overclocking. Because I personally would never choose a 2-DIMM motherboard. Just, like, if I was going to build a gaming computer, I would want a full motherboard to give me all the storage options and things like that. I would take that over something like this any day of the week. Like, this is only really if you just want to do memory overclocking and CPU overclocking. Yeah, if you're doing an ITX build, I personally don't really do ITX builds. I always tend to build, like, productivity workstations, though, so... I don't know. Maybe someday I'll do an ITX build. I just don't really see the need to do ITX. If I'm gonna use a small computer, I would just use a laptop at that point. So, you know, this is definitely more for like an overclocking enthusiast. Is there any point going over 6,000? Planning on going? If you want the highest absolute performance, you want to go to 8,000. You want the highest speed and capacity Expo kit, and do they have profile to run for it? No, there are none. So, okay, the other thing, too, about DDR5 that I think a lot of people are unaware of. So, let me make one thing clear about this. 4 sticks of DDR5, like this, is equal to 8 sticks of DDR4. So, if you imagine how challenging 4 sticks of DDR4 was in the early days, that is like running 2 sticks of DDR5. 2 sticks DDR5 is like 4 sticks DDR4, hence 4 sticks DDR5 is like 8 sticks of DDR4 in terms of how challenging it will be. Because the DDR5 modules are kind of like a half, it's like the banks on them are like double compared to DDR4. So that is the reason why when I say 4 sticks of DDR5 is kind of like 8 sticks of DDR4, I'm basing it off of like the bank leveling. So that is the reason why 4 sticks is so hard to do, because it's kind of like running 8 sticks of DDR4, and the only PCs that ever did 8 sticks of memory were Threadripper and Intel's HEDT. Those were literally the only platforms that had 8 sticks of DDR4. I have a Threadripper motherboard that does 8 sticks of DDR4. So my 2950X, so X399 creation. This thing. Yeah, this is my old... Oh, this is my old Threadripper motherboard from like 2018. So check this out. Look at this. Look how many memory sticks are on this board. This thing has 8 sticks of memory. 8 sticks of DDR4. You know what the maximum speed of DDR4 is when you're running 8 sticks? When you're running 128 gigs of RAM? It's 2933. DDR4 with this much memory maxes out around 3,000. 2933 to 3,000. If you're super lucky and your Threadripper can manage like maybe 100 or maybe 3,200, but you definitely aren't going above 3,200 on DDR4 with this much memory. So this is the reason why I tell people, when you run 4 sticks of DDR5, that's like running 8 sticks of DDR4. And 8 sticks of DDR4 is no joke. That is a lot of stuff. That's a lot of stress on the memory controller. You had a 2920X? Tribal 10 just subscribed. Welcome to the channel. 16 gigabyte and 24 gigabyte are single rank, not single channel. Don't say single channel. You're going to confuse people. That's incorrect. Dual rank, not channel. Channel and rank are not the same thing. That is very bad. That's going to confuse people. A channel is not the same as a rank. Can I run 2-pair dual channel? You mean dual rank? Okay, there is a lack of understanding on the vocabulary here on the memory. There is a difference between rank and channel. Okay, I think we need to do a deep dive on what a rank and a channel is, because there's a lot of comments that prove to me that people don't know what rank and channel are. Can I run 2-pair dual channel? Okay, Rufus's comment doesn't make any sense unless you're talking about rank. Opti just subscribed. Thanks for the sub. You do realize that you can do dual channel with 2 sticks of memory. Whoops. Okay. This is the CPU. This is a memory mod. This is a memory slot. This is a DIMM slot. This is another one. This is another one. We're not going to confuse people with an 8 DIMM motherboard. We're just going to do 4 DIMM. Okay. This, the first 2 are a channel. The second 2 are the other channel. This, the first 2 are A1 and A2. A1 and A2. This is one channel. Ignore these other 2. This is one channel. Channel A. The second 2 are the second channel, the B channel. B1 and B2. We might as well put them down here. So when we say 2 channels, when you want to run dual channel, it means you need to use channel A and channel B in some form or fashion. So if I want to run dual channel, if I buy a dual channel kit, that means I'm going to get 2 or 4 sticks of memory. And I'm going to populate those in A2 and... Oh, wow. Somebody subbed to the Twitch channel? I'm not even on Twitch right now. And somebody subbed to somebody followed on Twitch. Wow, thanks for the follow. So basically A2 and B2. This is dual channel. If I install the RAM in A1 and A2, even though I have 2 sticks of memory, I'm still running single channel. Single channel. This is single channel. So if somebody installs their memory in A1 and A2, meaning the first 2 slots and the RAM is literally right next to each other, and the third and the fourth slot are completely empty, they're not getting dual channel. They're not getting the benefit of dual channel. They're only getting single channel. because they're using channel A. The channels are letters. That is the reason why if you want dual channel, you have to install one of them in A and one of them in B, so you can get channel A and channel B. That's two different channels, hence dual channel. This has nothing to do with 4 sticks of memory. See, we're doing dual channel with 2 sticks of memory. Now, if I add 2 more sticks, so let's say I add, let's say I buy the same kit a second time, and I add those 2 kits here. I'm still dual channel, because there's only 2 channels. There's channel A and there's channel B. However, this is technically the wrong way to install the second kit of RAM. Because the red memory came from 2022 or 2023. And the blue memory, it's the newer memory, came from this year. So the batch difference might have some slight micro impedance tolerance differences that you don't see up front, meaning the blue RAM and the red RAM, even though they're advertised as the exact same product and they'll run at the same voltage on their Expo or XMP profile, they might still have some slight differences in the way the on-die termination values work, for example. So this is the reason why you do not want to mix the new RAM and the old RAM on the 2 different channels, because let's say the blue RAM likes, for argument's sake, 60 ohms. But the red RAM, the older RAM, ran on 48 ohms of resistance for the on-die termination. So see, now what we're doing is now the memory controller is going to get confused. It's going to be like, okay, I'm trying to train the RAM, and A2 wants 48 ohms, but A1 on the same channel wants 60 ohms. This isn't going to work. No post, I give up, so it won't work. So this is the wrong way to install mismatched memory, even if it's the exact same kit purchased at different times. Like, let's say I bought the red RAM this year, and I bought let's say the red RAM was purchased last year, and the blue RAM was purchased this year. It might be a different, batch, so it might have a slightly newer revised circuitry that has a different on-die termination value, if that makes sense. So this is why you do not mix them. So the correct way to install these memory modules would be to separate them from each other. So let's do the red on channel A. A is going to be my old memory from last year. And B is going to be my new memory from this year. If I do this, because this is a dual channel capable system, the memory controller will be like, okay, A wants to do like an average of around 60 ohms, and B, the blue one, wants to do 48 ohms. So we can train them to this spec because they're independent channels. Channel A is its own channel. Channel B is a separate channel. They are isolated from each other, but they're both being used. Hence, they are dual channel system. This is the reason why a lot of people can't seem to figure out how to get 4 sticks of RAM working. And I think it's because they don't know how to install the memory correctly. They're mixing them together. Basically, what's happening is people probably started with 2 sticks of RAM. Then they went and bought the same kit a second time to upgrade. They wanted to double up on their RAM. But they never bothered to move their first kit. They left the first kit installed where it was. Then they just added the second one, and they're wondering why it doesn't work. They actually have to physically separate them on the 2 channels. So this is a very, very important thing. And this is true not only of DDR5, but also DDR4. The difference was DDR4 did not have a lot of variance. So, and it wasn't running very fast. DDR4 was running typically at like 3200, 2666, 2400, maybe 3600 toward the end of DDR4's lifespan. But those speeds are like nothing compared to 6000, 8000, 7200, 6400, even 5600, etc. So the frequency on DDR4 was never really a huge problem. So most people could mix two different memory kits, and they would be totally fine on DDR4 because they weren't running the RAM at very high speed, if that makes sense. So this covers the difference between the dual channel and how to install 4 sticks of memory. And here's the proof. 4 sticks DDR5, 100% stable, works fine, because I know what I'm doing. So there you go. And we're running it at 6,000 on top of that. Okay. Okay, so rank. And rank is probably going to be the last topic, and then we're going to have to end the live stream. I didn't expect the stream to go into this discussion. But this is a good discussion, I think, for a lot of the viewers out there that are trying to build a PC. So rank is completely different. Channel is motherboard dependent. It is the slots, the physical slots on the motherboard determine the channel. The channels. So, one thing, just to close off on channel. So the reason people are probably like, okay, how come Threadripper can do 6400 with 4 sticks so easily? And it's so hard to do high speed on like Intel or Ryzen with 4 sticks of memory. Well, the reason why it's so easy for Threadripper is because, first of all, if you buy memory for Threadripper, it's always going to come in 4 sticks. So you're going to get a 4-stick kit, not a 2-stick kit. It's going to be 4 sticks. And also, Threadripper is quad channel. Quad channel. Not dual channel, quad channel. So dual channel means you have channel A and you have channel B. Now on Threadripper, so if this is Ryzen or Intel, so it doesn't matter, it's the same, or we'll just call this Intel, we'll just say Core. Intel Core or AMD Ryzen, same thing. They're both the same dual channel. But if we're talking true high-end, Threadripper is so easy to run fast memory as long as the memory can actually go fast. Like, case in point, I am running on Threadripper, I am currently running 128 gigabytes of RDIMM at 6400. And it is so rock stable, and it is so brain dead easy. You don't have to do anything. You just load Expo, and it goes, and it works. And that's Threadripper. But the reason why it works and it's so easy is because Threadripper uses quad channel memory. So if we have, again, we have the memory sticks, but remember, Threadripper is different in that it has quad channel. So you have 2 up here, and then you get 2 down here. If you're curious about how Threadripper turned out, check out my live stream build from last year when I did the live stream build for Threadripper. But anyway, Threadripper is arranged like this. So you have the CPU in the middle, and it is a big boy CPU. And then here we have the channels. So here we have channel A. Here we have channel B. Here we have channel C. And here we have channel D. So the difference between Threadripper and Ryzen is the channel count. Quad channel means you actually have 4 individual channels. So 4 sticks of memory on Threadripper is similar or just as easy as 2 sticks on Ryzen or 2 sticks on Intel. So What that means is that theoretically, if there were 8,000, if there were RDIMM, DDR5 RDIMM, that's server memory, that could clock to 8,000, Threadripper can easily run 4 sticks at 8,000. No problem. 100% it would work. 100%. Considering the fact that the Threadripper motherboard is like a 10 or 12 layer PCB, it is so thick. The signal integrity is insane. It's 4 channels. 4 independent channels versus only 2 channels on the regular Ryzen and Intel. So it is much easier to do 2 sticks. So for example, like we were saying earlier, A2 and B2, that's only 2 sticks of memory. That's much easier to do at high speed versus 4 sticks. Well, guess what? Threadripper can do A, B, C, D. It can do all of them just as easily as only using A2 and B2 on a regular Ryzen system. So that is the difference between a true high-end desktop versus a mainstream desktop. Are the links listed on YouTube? For some reason, you're not able to donate on Streamlabs. You're not? It should work. Either that or the super chat works. You don't understand the correlation between PC layers and signal integrity. We went over that earlier. You have to go back and look at the section in the video where we're talking about the eye diagram. What I'll do, guys, I'll probably put timestamps in this live stream for these specific sections. So, okay, so now rank. But anyway, let me finish the colors on this so people get the idea. So this is 1 stick. Well, okay, I don't need to do the colors. You guys get the idea. So rank. Rank means if we take a stick of RAM, if this is a stick of memory, so let's say you got 2 sticks of memory. If you have single rank, it means that typically what it means is that you have memory modules on one stick, one side of the DIMM. So you have that, you have the voltage regulator thing on DDR5, and then you have the memory modules. This is just a rough drawing. You get the idea. So a single rank means this is the front of this stick. This is the back. The back is empty. It's a bland PCB with nothing on it. Now, that being said, oh wow, this is in the way. Let me get this camera thing out of the way. So the front has the memory modules. The back doesn't have memory. This is a single rank. Now, I don't want to confuse people, but it is possible to have a single rank DIMM that has memory modules on the back. But to keep things simple, the general rule of thumb is that a single rank memory has memory on one side, on a single side of the memory stick. The back is completely barren with nothing on it. Dual rank is the opposite. In general, dual rank will have memory chips on both sides. That is the easiest way to explain it. So that is the easiest explanation I can give you on rank. Rank is easier to understand. I mean, channels are kind of like, when you visualize it, it's kind of easy to understand. Did you change the motherboard from the Threadripper? You had used the Gigabyte Arrow. Oh, you remember the original one. Yeah, I returned the Gigabyte Aero because the revision 1.0 from Gigabyte cannot go into sleep. S3 mode doesn't work on revision 1.0. Now 1.1 and 1.2 do support sleep mode on the Aero D. But the revision 1.0, I opened a case with Gigabyte. They told me for some reason there's no way to do a BIOS update. So they're telling me you have to RMA the motherboard. And then I was like, well, how do I guarantee that you send me the newer revision? And they're like, well, I have to check with the warehouse. And I was like, I'm just going to return to the store and get a different one. So, and Micro Center didn't have revision 1.1. Now, I know somebody who actually did the RMA, and Gigabyte did send them a revision 1.1, I believe. So they actually did get the RMA to go and give them the right board, but I didn't want to deal with the hassle of the RMA. So I ended up like returning it to Micro Center, and then I got the Asus Sage. So that's how I ended up with the Sage. Yeah, Threadripper is like a completely different animal though. Like, it's not only is Threadripper super, super expensive. I mean, if you're buying into Threadripper, like if you're considering Threadripper, you're most likely gonna want Threadripper for some sort of productivity use case. It is so overkill for gaming. Like, in fact, it's only going to perform no better than the non-X3D in gaming. So it's like, why pay all that money if you're just going to build a gaming PC? And that's the reason why things like regular Ryzen and Intel CPUs exist. Threadripper is definitely more of a niche use case. But I mean, I know a lot of people who are more like, they've been building PCs for much longer than me, and they consider, you know what they refer to Ryzen and Intel Core? They call AMD Ryzen and Intel Core toy computers. In their minds, Ryzen and Core are not like real desktop computers. They're like little toy mini desktop computers. Because in their minds, a real desktop computer is what Threadripper is. Threadripper represents what a real desktop is supposed to offer versus a laptop or a mobile device. Because laptops have dual channel. Well, Ryzen and Intel have dual channel. So how do you differentiate a desktop from a laptop when it comes to memory throughput and capability? Well, obviously with desktops, with DDR5, you can overclock the DDR5. You can't really do that on a laptop. And you're also not power limited by the battery and the form factor. But Threadripper is just way more different because it's giving you quad channel. So it's significantly more memory bandwidth. It's just completely different in what it's designed to do compared to a laptop. So, like a lot of these guys that have been building computers for a very long time, you know, we're talking like back when the Commodore 64 was the thing and stuff, like, you know, when it wasn't fully fleshed out and IBM was still there and Apple and IBM were going back and forth, and eventually Microsoft and Intel betrayed IBM and went behind their back and started doing, like, I can go on for hours about the whole history of like desktop computers, but the point is, Threadripper represents what a true high-end desktop is. These regular Ryzen stuff, X3D, Intel Core Ultra, Intel i9, all this stuff, I mean, those are like toy computers when it comes to like actual high-end. Yeah, Intel Xeon. Yes, Intel Xeon and Threadripper are like true high-end desktop computers. $240. What are we talking about? Pretty much 2x24 or 2x16 can run 8,000 fairly easily. Yes, that's yeah, that's true. 2x32. So someone was saying earlier that the Streamlabs thing is not working. I need to look into that. I mean, if people want to support the channel, I mean, you can, like, I know Super Chat works. Super Chat works. So, I mean, you can do Super Chat. I have to look into that. If Streamlabs isn't working, that's weird. Streamlabs is supposed to work from, like, the Twitch side. I don't know about the YouTube side. So maybe that's why. Because I'm already starting to put together some budgeting for next year for like video content on this channel. So I definitely appreciate any sort of like, if you guys want to join Patreon, you can be like a free Patreon member if you want. But I'm trying to get like budgeting for next year because I'm a very small YouTube channel. I don't get review samples. So I literally, everything that I do a video on, I have to spend my own money to purchase the hardware. So every video that you see where it's a product, unless I state otherwise, unless vendors start offering me like review samples, which I'll have to ship back to them, and I'm okay doing that. Like if I only get like a motherboard in for like a week or something, I mean, I can crank out videos on that and that's fine. And I'll ship it back. But the thing is, I would rather like keep the hardware on hand. And that's why I prefer to buy it with my own money so I can say whatever I want. Like I'm not beholden to any company's agenda on what I can and cannot say or how I should position the narrative or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I like to stay as an independent reviewer in that regard. But you know, I could do like review sample content. Like if somebody, I'm just saying, like if Nvidia wants to send me a 5090, and I gotta send it back to them after like 2 or 3 weeks, I'm totally okay with that. I'm starting to put together some budgeting, and people have already been supporting the channel at least from the second half of this year. So I do have some budgeting numbers available for next year. So I do plan on trying to get some content around not just overclocking.
By benchmark 6000 CL30 is the sweet spot for 9800 by 3D. I'm looking at G-Skill 1.4V 6000 CL30Z 532 GB by 2 is that gutter weight for benchmarks for 9900 by 3D.
So when they say 6000, I appreciate the super chat by the way, but when they say 6000 CL30 as a sweet spot, they say that because it is very, very easy. So you don't, like, if you want to run your RAM at 6000 and you don't want to think about what motherboard to get or what, like, whether or not your CPU is good silicon, like, did you win the silicon lottery, for example, 6000 works on everything. The worst bin CPU, the lowest end motherboard, you know, all of the above. 6000 will work no matter what. In general, it always works. Now, it is not, technically speaking, it is not guaranteed, but it is generally, you have a very, very high probability that it will work. Like we're talking 97% or 99% probability that it will work across the board. So that is the reason why everyone says 6000 is a sweet spot. The other reason why they say 6000 is a sweet spot is because 6000 means that the memory runs at 3 gigahertz, which also means that when your memory controller is synchronized to the, so for example, the M clock equals 3 gigahertz, the U clock, which is the memory controller, is also 3 gigahertz. And remember, DDR5 is double, it is twice the memory frequency, which is 3 gigahertz, which equals, hence, the number 6000. That is how we derive the rated 6000 speed. So when you have this 1-to-1 ratio, they run at the same frequency. So all the data transferring from the memory controller to the RAM is in one clock cycle, it does it. So that is why they say 6000 is a sweet spot. And it works on everything. However, if you want to push for even better performance, you can do MCLK equals 4 gigahertz, U clock equals 2 gigahertz, and the DDR5 will equal 2x 4 gigahertz, which equals 8000. Now we arrive at the 8000 speed. Now, the thing that I did not show is the FCLK, the fabric. FCLK is always running at 2 gigahertz. We assume a given of 2 gigahertz for the fabric. In both cases, the case 1 where we have MCLK at 3, oh, did I say 2000? I meant megahertz, but you guys get it, 2 gigahertz. So we assume 2 gigahertz FCLK, or F clock, fabric clock, is always 2 gigahertz in both scenarios. So even in this one, it is still 2 gigahertz. So these are the two different scenarios. There is case 1 and case 2. This is the reason why I tell people that the choices are relatively simple when it comes to choosing RAM. Why? Because when we run 6000, we have synchronized the memory and the memory controller to 3 gigahertz. However, when we run the memory at 8000, we have changed what we synchronize. We have now synchronized the memory controller with the actual Infinity fabric. And the memory itself is running at 4 gigahertz. It is a whole 1 gigahertz faster than when it was running at 3 gigahertz on 6000. Hence, the memory responds naturally much quicker because it is so much faster at 4 gigahertz. So any sort of penalty from the U clock running at 2 versus 3 is nullified because the memory makes up the difference by running at a much higher frequency. So when you run 8000, the memory carries the burden. The memory and the motherboard carry the burden. The memory carries the burden of 4 gigahertz. The motherboard carries the burden of the eye diagram being high fidelity to see the data with integrity. So this is why if you want the best performance and the lowest idle power consumption, aim for 8000 because it is a better overall scenario. However, it requires a good motherboard and it requires good memory. It is the higher end option. However, if you don't care about the motherboard's quality and you want to go for lower cost for either budgeting reasons or alternatively capacity reasons, so if you want to run 4 sticks of memory, for example, like in this scenario that we described earlier, aim for 6000. This is the upper bound limit for 4 sticks of memory, where 8000 is the upper bound limit for 2 sticks of memory. Well, let's just circle this and this. So, okay, well, this part of the stream turned into an entire lesson, an entire lecture, really, on DDR5, more than anything. Yes, and Hoof brings up a good point, and that's what I mean when I say the lowest idle power consumption. Because when you run your memory controller at 2 gigahertz, it is less stressed. It is more relaxed. So it is easier on the memory controller. 8000 is actually easier on the CPU's memory controller. Why? Because it is running at 2 gigahertz versus 3 gigahertz. 3 gigahertz is the upper bound limit on what the memory controller can handle. Now, if some people are lucky, they could possibly be doing 3.1 or 3.2 gigahertz, but this will require significantly higher voltages, which means that your power consumption on your I/O die will be higher. And that is the reason why I personally prefer 8000 if I'm running 2 sticks of DDR5. Lower idle power, lower voltage translates into better boost capacity, better power headroom for the actual cores versus having to waste power on the memory controller. If I'm running 4 sticks of memory, I recommend no higher than 6,000. 6,000 is the upper bound limit for 4 sticks of memory. Now, this is specific to single rank. If you want to run 128 gigabytes dual rank or 192 gigabytes, so actually let's put the numbers in. Let's fill this in. Single rank equals 16 gigabyte or 24 gigabyte DIMM. Dual rank equals 32 gigabyte or 48 gigabyte DIMM. So keep that in mind. So if you're looking for high capacity, you're going to be limited to around 5,200, maybe 5,600 if you're doing dual rank, 4 sticks of memory. If you're lucky, you can do 6,000 for dual rank, 4 sticks, but it will require a lot of manual tuning. So what is a single rank kit? Single rank kits are going to be 2x16, which equals 32 gigabyte max. 2x24, which equals 48 gigabyte max. These are single rank kits. Dual rank is going to be 2x32 equals 64 gigabytes, or 2x48, which equals 96 gigabytes. So if you want 2 sticks of memory, if you want to do the highest capacity on 2 sticks of memory, I recommend 2x48 at 6400. If you want 4 sticks of memory, because either you absolutely like the look of the memory, and you want to do if you want 4 sticks just because you care about the way it looks, I recommend buying 2 of these. I buy this and then buy it a second time. That is what I did for the 4 sticks. But I think that's more of like an aesthetic thing. You just care about how it looks. But, you know, it's... If you don't care about the speed and you really, really need density, then you're probably going to be running like 128, which would be this thing twice, or 192, which is this one twice. Just don't expect this to be plug and play at high speeds. Like, these guys cannot go above 6,000 on 4 sticks. Just keep that in mind. In fact, you're going to require some manual tuning to get that to be stable. How much RAM do you need? It depends on the CPU. RAM is based on number of CPU cores. So the formula, the mathematical formula, based off of Adobe's recommendations for a productivity workstation is 4. So RAM equals, or I guess system RAM should equal 4 times the number of CPU cores, physical cores. 4 times the number of CPU cores. So, for example, the 9800X3D. 9800X3D equals 8 cores, which implies 4 times 8 equals 32 gigabyte minimum. This is the minimum. Minimum RAM for a 9800X3D equals no less than 32 gigabytes of RAM. This is the reason why. The more money you spend on the CPU, that will drive up the cost of the entire build. Because if we have, for example, the 9950X3D equals 16 cores. This implies what? 4 times 16 equals 64 gigabyte minimum. Minimum for the new upcoming flagship 90. Wow, I'm running out of space, guys. I don't know where to put this. Whatever. I'm just going to put it here. I'm in the way. I'm in the way. Minimum. All right, guys. Well, I think that covers. This is a super deep dive on like how to build a balanced PC, because I see people mismatch specs all the time. This is why when I build computers, they always work. They never have problems with games running into resource issues, because if I have 8 cores, I'm gonna start at 32 and go up from there. If I'm doing 16 cores, I'm doing 64 gigabytes or more. 9950X with 48 gigabytes. Will it be okay? 8,000. Excellent question. That's a great question. You will be okay, but technically you will be running what is considered under the minimum recommended system memory for that processor. It will work and it'll be fine, but you're technically running under the minimum recommended for that CPU, based off of how many cores it has. So if you guys want my recommendations, my recommended memory kits are in the description of this video. So if you guys want to support the channel, click on the links in the product links in the description of the video of this live stream. And you know, if you're shopping for computer parts, it's not going to cost you any extra if you just buy through the affiliate links, whether it's Newegg or Amazon. That is one way that you can support the channel, because that does directly help me for budgeting for next year, because I don't get any review samples. I have to spend all my money on computer parts constantly for this channel. So if there ends up being a lull period where there's like not a lot going on, that's why the videos kind of drain out, because I run out of content, because I run out of funding. That's basically how it works on this channel for a small channel like this. So can you reliably hit 8K megahertz on like a Nova? Yes, you can. Now remember, it's going to depend on the memory kit that you get. Don't buy a 6,000 kit and try to overclock it to 8,000, because that's not guaranteed. You're going to hold off on buying RAM because you're waiting for 9950X 3D. This live stream was useful. Will 2x32 work out of the box with two sets at 6,000? No, it won't. It will require, because you're doing dual rank. So, okay, two of these, 2x single will work. That will work. So let's do the green check. 4 sticks of these? Yes, that works. This works. Like 2 kits of dual rank? That will not work out of the box. It'll work at 4,800. It'll work at 5,200. This is not going to work out of the box. If you buy 2 of these, like you do 4. Okay, let's do this. Okay, here, let me do this. We'll do this one more thing. What will work and what will not work out of the box? That is a great question. That is an excellent question. That'll probably be where we end the stream, though, because this is getting really, really long. Man, I'm almost at 4 hours in. I did not expect to be talking about all this memory stuff. So, 416, 4x24. So these capacities, ignore the threadripper box. Out of the box, this will work. This will also work. So 4x32, 4x48. And we're talking like 6,000. This assumes 6,000. Assume 6,000. Guess what? This won't. That will not work out of the box. That will not work out of the box. I can tell you that right now. These will require manual tuning. It can work, but it will require manual tuning. Go check the video that I did from January. I have already covered this case. back in January. I have shown how to do 190. I'm probably gonna have to make more modern video now with these newer motherboards. I have already covered 4x48. I have shown how to do 192 at 6,000. It is not easy. It is very motherboard specific, and it requires manual tuning. And the other challenge is all the motherboards have slightly different behaviors in how they set the impedance values. And that's what makes it very, very hard. So, if you really... So, okay, I guess the question that I should ask is, like, why would you need this or this versus, like, this? You just want 128 gigs of RAM for some reason? Like, are you actually going to use that much RAM? So basically, 9800X3D with 8000 for gaming. You need more cores. Threadripper only. Yeah, I guess so. So for most people that are building a gaming PC, this is like so optimal right now. This is just so good. The price is not ridiculously expensive. 32 gigs of RAM is relatively cheap. You can do 48 gigs at 8,000 with the 9800X3D. That is probably what I personally recommend. So if you guys want to see the live stream build, I did a live stream build with the 9800X3D, and guess what? Guess what memory I'm using with that? 2 sticks of 24 gig DIMMs at 8,000. So we're doing this at this speed with this processor. That is the gaming PC that I built like 3 weeks ago, live on stream. 96 gigabytes is perfect. Yes. And if you just want 4 sticks. So let's end it on this. Where is that camera? If you want this because you like the way it looks, you just like the way it looks. It's 4 sticks of memory. It just looks better than 2 sticks of memory. If you want this, 96 gigabytes is going to be plug and play at 6,000. If you want 128, you're going to have to do a lot of trial and error. I'm not saying it can't work. It's going to require trial and error. It's not plug and play. Check out the video I did in January. So if you're looking for that video, go look up, go to my channel, 192 gigabyte DDR5. I did a couple of videos, but the most important one is the one from January. It's kind of an old video now, so I probably need to reshoot that one with a better camera, because I was using that on a cell phone camera, and it was very bad lighting. But the point gets across in that video. Yeah. Well, I mean, the live stream, I'll probably just put timestamps in the live stream. I think the live stream covers most of it for everybody. I mean, I know there's a lot of interest in 4 sticks of memory, because for some reason there's this miscommunication. There's very bad, misleading info on the internet. So don't okay, Reddit and some of these tech forums online are they're okay resources, but they're not the best resources, to be honest. I've read some of these threads about DDR5, and clearly reading a lot of the comments on PCMR or build a PC, it just shows me I don't even bother responding to anybody. I just look at the comments to gauge people's level of understanding, and clearly there is a complete lack of understanding on how DDR5 works and just how memory works in general. People flat out saying that you can't do 4 sticks of DDR5. That's just not true. That's just literally not true. I'm running 4 sticks of DDR5 just fine, and it's working at 6,000, and it's 100% stable. So either I'm proving all these people wrong, and they have no idea what they're talking about, or clearly people don't really know how to build a computer. Like, I don't understand it. It's weird, you know, like there's a whole lot of misinformation online about DDR5 though. That is clear to me. And a lot of comments on this live stream have proven that there is a lack of knowledge about how to build a PC when it comes to memory. So especially the stuff about like how much memory per core and all that stuff. So memory tuning is everything on AM5. Yeah, and you can still run 4.6 in memory, and guess what? You can run 4.6 memory and you can tune the memory. Wow, who would have thought? What's an estimated real-world FPS increase in new AAA for that? 2 to 5%. It depends on the game. I have a video. Check out my video, DDR5 6000 versus DDR5 8000. The average is around 3 to 4%, somewhere in there. It's not a lot, but if you're going for absolute performance, I mean, and if you have a good motherboard, like, why not do 8000? Like, the other comment that I read from time to time, people are like, oh, if you're running X3D, high-speed memory doesn't matter. Actually, yes, it can still help. Like, if I have a high-end motherboard that can do 8000, and I have the 8000 memory, like, why would I not run the 8000? Regardless of whether I'm on X3D or not. Like, I don't understand that logic. Like, if I'm going to do 8000 on a high-end board, I don't care if it's X3 or non-X3D. I'm just going to do 8000 because I can. It's that simple. And it's still better. Oh, and guess what? It has lower idle temperature. And it has lower idle power consumption versus 6000. Because the memory controller is not as stressed out. It's at 2 gigahertz versus 3 gigahertz. See? I've shifted the heavy burden onto the memory. Let the memory pick up the slack and carry the weight. So, does the speed matter more than the extra 16 gig? Are you talking about 48 versus 64 for like a 9950 X3D? Main reason for not doing 8000 would be I can do 6000 this. Okay, yeah, that's what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, so see, I'm still waiting for dual rank that can do 8000. At some point in the future, we're going to see dual rank that does 8000. And then that will fix that limitation. Currently, single rank, like, okay, here's the thing, guys. If you want fast RAM, all the fast RAM is single rank memory today. All the regular 6000, 64, maybe 72, that stuff caps out in the dual rank stuff. So if you want fast RAM, single rank is the best way to go. And that is the reason why my top recommendation is 48 gigs at 8000. If you just want fast RAM. Now, for a 9800 X3D, like we just said earlier, 32 gig is the minimum. So if you do 48 gigs on a 9800 X3D, that is totally fine. That is more than balanced. 64 gigs on a 9800 X3D doesn't really do anything for you compared to 48 gigs of DIMM. The 48 gigs of RAM. The only difference is like, okay, you've got an extra 16 gigs. Where this actually matters is if you have a 9950 X3D. Because technically, for a lot of application specs, the recommendation would be 64 gigs of RAM as the minimum. So only when you go up to the 16 core does 64 gigs actually start mattering, if that makes sense. So if you're on a 9800 X3D, I wouldn't even think twice about it. If you already have the 64 gigs, then that's one thing. But if you're trying to figure out like what RAM to get and you're pairing it up with a 9800 X3D and you're doing a nice motherboard, like a $500 motherboard, like a Carbon or a Dash E or a Taichi or an Aorus Master, you know, this is probably the way to go for the best performance. Intel XMP 8000 is 1.35 while AMD Neo is... yeah, that's a good point. I don't understand why the AMD one is higher voltage. The AMD one is definitely newer, though. The Intel one has been around since last year. I got that Intel XMP kit, I think, in like almost a year ago now. It might have even been more than a year ago. Why is it that only single rank can do 8,000? Because the technology hasn't progressed enough for dual rank. What CL rating should I be looking for on the 2x24? CL40. CL40 to maintain the same ratio. If you guys want to calculate the numbers, rough estimation, take the total number and divide it by the CL. So 6,000 divided by 30. So for example, if I have DDR5, and man, if someone's joining the stream right now, I am so sorry. This is probably so confusing walking into this and seeing all this stuff on the board. So DDR5 6000 CL30, so versus DDR5 8000 CL40. Guess what? They're gonna have the exact same ratio. You know why? Because you do the math. 6,000 divided by 30 equals 200. Wow, I am totally running out of space. Equals 200. 8,000 divided by 40 equals 200. So aim for a memory spec ratio of 200. That is going to be like really, really good performance, and it's not going to be super hard to do. So these other kits that are like 6,000 CL28 or 8,000 CL38, you know, these kits are better than those, but guess what? These kits require significantly higher voltage on the memory. So if you're okay with running the very high voltage memory, go ahead and do this. I will tell you though that this is much harder on the motherboard. Like if the motherboard's not of good quality, 8000 CL38 is actually going to be pretty hard to do versus 8040. I'm the type of person, I want to set the expo and be done with it. And then I'll tune TREFI and I won't even mess with it after that. But if you want to try for the CL38, be my guest, try that. I don't like 1.4 volt RAM. I only go 1.35 volt RAM, so I don't care about these, to be honest. And I don't think the advantage in performance is noticeable. Four hours later, the stream will be short because I don't have anything to talk about. Yeah. Okay, well, I think this is a good stopping point. I think this gives people a good idea of what to look for if you're buying computer parts on Black Friday or Cyber Monday. I think in general, we covered basically way more than what I expected to talk about on RAM. Will this be on the test? Oh. Do you guys want an exam next week or something? We can do that like next week or something. I don't know. It's just gonna be like a bunch of poll questions in the stream. It'll be a bunch of multiple choice questions. Okay, there's gonna be a test next week. Just to see if people retain this information. GTR is the best PC parts seller. 12-layer PCB minimum. There aren't even like well, unless you're going Threadripper, there's no 12-layer boards for Intel Core or Ryzen. Oh, unless the mini ITX one is like 12, like that one Asus board, the Strix. Gigabyte Aorus Pro for no, we did talk about that. You missed that. We talked about the Newegg stuff earlier. That was actually one that I talked about. I talked about the promo code that drops that to like $300 and you get the free. Yeah, no, we talked about that. We did the deal section. It wasn't a very long section because the educational segment was like way longer than everything else. But okay, if you guys are new to the channel, do subscribe to the channel. That does help me. I don't ask people to subscribe to the channel, but if you feel like you learned something from here, we talk about stuff like this all the time on Tech Thursdays. Someone literally just asks a question and I go off on a tangent for like an hour talking about that thing. So, yeah, that's what we do every Thursdays. So we are now at over 4 hours. So yeah, I am going to have to call it quits here because this is like way long. But anyway, this covers it. So you guys should have an idea now of how to spec out a computer. Like if you're trying to build something that's going to look something like this, or if you're just trying to do like really fast DDR5 8000, for example. So that's going to be it for the live stream. Do like the video if you like, or like the live stream. Get subbed to the channel if you like this sort of content. And yeah, that's going to be it for this week. I will see you guys. I'll probably be doing a live stream either tomorrow evening or Saturday evening. I'm not 100% sure on either of those yet because this is a holiday weekend. But maybe I will be on one of those days. Who knows? So that's going to be it for this stream. Take care, everybody, if you're traveling for the holidays, and I will see you guys on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. Till then, take care, and I'll see you then. Thanks.